was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers found, lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another.
The top 16 teams from Europe and North America. 8 weeks of non-stop Rocket League. Catch every match and stay on top of the latest scores and standings all in one place. This is The Grid. Overtime.
Archer just taking his time, a midfield pass play, and they hit Beast mode again, looking for another reset. We'll get a Beast mode! What are you doing?
4 of the top brains in Rocket League will guide you through all the excitement, stories, and upsets.
Yep, the winner sheet's already.
You had a weird childhood. I'm going out, I can't talk anymore.
So finally, Ajax will shoot, he scores! It's the flip, can he get it? Can he get the double one?
And it'll all be streamed live on the official Rocket League Twitch and YouTube channels. The Grid. Overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to The Grid Overtime, Week 2 of North America. I am Dude with a Nose, and we've got a bit of a special guest this week. I called up Murdy, I called up Scheist, I said, I'm sick of this Stacks guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about, I want him out of here. I need someone with mental mastery over the game, and I asked for Sathu. Welcome to the stream, Sathu. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Yeah, thanks for having me. Really excited to replace Stacks.
So for anyone not quite familiar with yourself, can you give a bit of a quick introduction? Who are you? Why are you on this broadcast, Sathu?
Yeah, so I'm a former professional Rocket League player, recently retired. I played for Red, Space Station Gaming, Afterthought, and then eventually Sonics. And yeah, got pretty bad at the game, so I retired.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I relate to that, you know, personally. I'm still at the top of my game. I just choose to spread the knowledge through this stream to all of you in the chat. But, I mean, Sathu, absolutely one of the top players in the game, and he absolutely knows what he's talking about, unlike myself. I just make it up as I go. Sorry, excuse me. But, I mean, for this week, unfortunately, Stacks can make it, but we've got a good guest in Sathu. Now, we are hot off the heels of the regionals in North America. We saw those grand finals were spectacular. NRG and Envy, we thought it could go either way. Envy coming out on top, and that bodes well for them coming into this. But, you know, it is a new tournament. Anything can happen, and now we've got groups for the Grid. It's gonna be an absolute show. Now, this is the week 1 results of the Grid. We see NRG going 3-0 to top of their group. bit of a three-way tie happening in Group B with G2 coming out on top. In Group C, Space Station and Rogue both looking incredibly strong. In Group D, Envy picking up 3 wins, 0 losses. But Peeps and Ghost Gaming, they were looking pretty close in that group as well. Now coming in to the bracket, the single elimination bracket of week 1, we do see NRG taking it all the way, but in a game 7 against G2 in that best of 7. And even a game 7 against Space Station, they looked strong, but either Space Station or G2 could have taken them. What were kind of your thoughts seeing that week 1 result, Sathyu?
Yeah, I mean, I think NRG just showing their like continued dominance. We saw them obviously in this last regional making it to the grand finals and just barely losing out to Envy, but NRG is just really the team to look out for me, and I think they're going to be huge again this week, and I'm really excited to watch them in week 2 of the grid.
Yeah, they have looked incredible. You know, they've had their shaky moments recently, but overall, still one of the dominant teams in North America. And here we see these grid points being tallied up. NRG at 171, G2 at 110, Envy in 3rd place with 80, and Space Station at 70. And then there's a bit of a drop-off with KC Pioneers with only 40, but anything can get shaken up in this week, and, you know, it doesn't really matter until the final weeks of the grid when it all gets added together. And here we see our groups for week 2 of the grid. NRG, Peeps, United, and Continuum, they're in Group A. Personally, I think NRG looks pretty dominant there. Group B, we got G2, Knights, Ghost, and Alpine. That is a grueling group.
Yeah, I really
Group
like
C,
that one.
Yeah, it is going to be incredible. Group C, Space Station, Kansas City Pioneers version 1, and Charlotte Phoenix. Space Station probably looking dominant in that group. And Group D, we've got Envy, Rogue, Sonics, and Jamal Jabari, just to round out the groups there. Any of these groups, we mentioned Group B, but any of them really standing out to you as tough, or any potential upsets waiting to happen?
Yeah, actually, when it comes to upsets, that Group C, you know, you mentioned Space Station probably taking it easily, but Space Station has struggled in the past with all 3 of those teams. You know, Charlotte actually, I think, got one of their 2 wins in the entire grid split, last split, against Space Station. And then, you know, I was talking with some of the Space Station players. I won't mention their names, which one specifically it was, but, you know, they said Space Station's actually, they struggle with all 3 of those teams. So I'm definitely interested in that group, and I think we could see an upset maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that would be exciting. That, on paper and to kind of a more casual eye, I suppose, you'd assume Space Station, they have that easily. But as you mentioned, I mean, there's some small little interesting matchups there that, although the general reputations of the teams might lead you to believe it's going to be an easy 3-0 for Space Station, there's these small little intricacies that might make it not the case.
Yeah.
But personally, I think Group B, it's going to be, if any of those teams really, not just G2, if any of those teams aren't showing up, it's going to be disastrous. Those teams are all just neck and neck. I think they could take each other out on any given day, so I think they've really got to step it up. But fortunately, for those of you who weren't with us last week, the way this group stage works is that you're not eliminated here. These games are for seeding, and it seeds into tomorrow's single elimination bracket. So the importance of these matches, it's not elimination, but it's still paramount, because you don't want to be that bottom seeded team going up against NRG or going up against Envy, because you've pretty much written off a loss on the record sheet at that point already. So yeah, looking for all these teams to grab wins where they can and avoid those bottom seeds. We do have the first round matchups here in Group A. We've got NRG versus Continuum. Got the Peeps versus United, and in Group B we've got G2 Esports versus Alpine Esports and the Knights versus Ghost Gaming. I think that final match, the Knights and Ghost, of all these happening in round 1, I think that is absolutely going to be the closest.
Yeah, I agree.
But personally, I do think Alpine is one of those teams where if they're peaking, I do genuinely think they could take on anyone. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think Alpine is absolutely fantastic. And also, like you said, PK can just show up at any time. I think the addition of Sosa has really seen, like, they've emerged as a team. They're a completely new team this split, and I'm really excited to watch them.
Yeah, there is a lot of mechanical skill on that Knights team. It is insane, you know.
Yeah.
Rodoko and Sosa, both incredibly fast, and not to kind of ignore ZPS. I think he's more of that stable, solid player that a team with Rodoko and Sosa really needs, and they've been performing pretty well. I think their peak is a little bit higher. I think there's still some gaps in their game overall that they need to work out, but overall, they're performing as one of the best teams in North America, so there's nothing to really snub your nose at there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Ghost, I think they're in a similar boat as well to that Knights team. I think incredible mechanics, just a couple of tweaks that need to be made to really round out the defense and maybe play a little bit safer or capitalize a little more. I think those two teams, to me, they're at least a little reminiscent of one another.
Yeah, for sure.
And here we see 8 streams. It is a lot to look at. For the most part, we'll have 4. We might have 2 in some closer games, but this is just to show you guys, to flex on you guys a little, just the tech going in here. We've got all 8 streams up. Athena's stream, I don't know what is quite going on there. It's still the... Oh, sorry, I believe it is Orb's stream. Correct me if I'm... Yeah, it is Orb, and I believe he's with Phantom Ace. They're going to be taking over the G2 stream. Yep, that is
my gosh.
Fantastic. Love to see it. Great production quality from them.
All around the board.
I mean, Alpine, we've got Dreadnought and Turtle taking over there. James and Dazarin for NRG Mission Control. A lot of great casters on all these streams. If you're looking to follow one or two of these teams through their whole tournament run, I absolutely recommend heading on over to one of those streams. Just a reminder, the G2 stream is on Orb's channel, just twitch.tv/orb. Check it out if you just want to see G2 play. But here we're going to be hopping back and forth between all the streams, looking for all the highlights of each game. And if there's like ever an overtime, we'll just focus up on that. We want to bring you guys all the action possible in one stream, make it as easy and seamless for you guys in the chat as possible. And I think I want to talk a little bit about the first regionals that just happened. You know, we saw NRG playing absolutely out of their mind, making a lower bracket run to the grand finals, and game 7 overtime, they lose to Envy. It was absolutely remarkable. Do you think that was NRG's peak? Do you think they can continue that form into today? And if I suppose what I'm asking is, what did NRG do so well that they'll try and replicate in these games?
Yeah, so in terms of that being NRG's peak, no, I don't think it is. I think they have a lot more to offer. I know Squishy was pretty unhappy with himself over the play, despite it being his birthday, despite it being the finals, and finishing second. I don't see an issue in that, but that's why I wasn't at the top. But no, I think we have a lot more to see from them. In terms of replicating what they need to do, when it came to playing teams like Ghost, they absolutely tore through them. And so NRG is known throughout the pro scene as being a team that's really focused on hitting the ball hard and hitting it in awkward spots for the other team, not necessarily being super pass oriented all the time, nor like controlling the ball like an SSG. So I think they just need to kind of be mechanically on point in terms of like their spacing and being able to get big clears and being able to read the play so they can actually clear the ball well, like consistently.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned their absolutely monstrous clears. I think when I was playing, that's the one thing we really wanted to take away from NRG's game, is that every clear they had, even if it wasn't to a teammate, it was way over the heads of all their opponents. It makes it so difficult to trap NRG in their own half and make them kind of get boost starved and double commit. When they're able to consistently smash those clears into the opposite half way over the offense, it's such a key element of their success to be able to break out of their half and generate offense of their own so quickly. So yeah, it is absolutely key. I'm glad you brought that up. And I think in Group B, that's the one I've been kind of looking out for. It's G2, I believe it is the Knights, Ghost, and Alpine.
Yep.
Absolutely brutal for all of those teams. They're all so talented, such insanely high peaks, so mechanically skilled. And here we go. We've got Peeps versus E United getting started real quick. 4:20 on the clock, and E United is already up by 1. Did you expect E United to have the edge in this series, Sathya?
I actually do. The Peeps, haven't. Well,
Caster's curse. Let's go.
That's really unfortunate in terms of what I'm saying, but yeah, no, I do think E United has. I think they've been doing well recently. I think Tristan's really finding his groove in the team. And I think the Peeps have actually kind of rescinded a little bit. I think they've not been doing as well recently.
Yeah, it's tough to watch how the Peeps are playing, because I feel you look at all the names on that team, you look at how dominant they've been in the past, and it seems like they're not playing up to their potential. I mean, AJ, Alu, and gosh, my mind is blanking here. Gyro, yeah, of course. They are all incredibly fast players, all incredibly intelligent players.
Yeah.
And I mean, when I look at United, I feel like raw talent, it doesn't really stand up to them, but overall, they've been picking up great wins. I mean, even if it's not series wins, they've taken games off energy. They previously beat the Peeps 3-1. Yeah, so something about their game plan, something about how they're supporting each other and playing off of each other instead of relying on those mechanics is proving very useful for them.
Yeah.
And as we're praising United, AJ, he's just taking it away. Now, as the Peeps grab that 1-goal lead, we are going to hop over into this game, give you guys a bit of a listen in to the commentators, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Underneath that ball, I think he actually faked him out a little bit there. And of course, if Illusion made that touch, it would likely have gone to the corner. So I think Tristan was actually trying to force that ball away. He'll have a shot to get it back here, but Illusion will be in front of it. Nevertheless, a great team play, some good communication there for the Peeps. Nothing less than we expect. So we've got the lead, but it's only with 3 minutes abouts left. And I haven't seen the amount of offense that I think I would have liked to personally. Might have another chance here, but AJ going to defer to Tristan in the mid.
Yeah, AJ gonna have to just lay it off right there just to see if he can get back and get a little bit of momentum for the Peeps going this way. And it looks like Gyro's gonna take that and get some space. Now AJ tries to dribble one up over the top himself, but it's not gonna be there. But Alu here to clean it up and make sure these rotations can kind of stay in sync, get AJ a chance to get back and get some boost in the Peeps. Doing a good job of wasting some time and a chance there at AJ. Oh man, that's one you don't see him miss often, but just coming up wide on that shot.
Yeah, well, if it was me, I would have missed that. Oh, that's beautiful. Demo coming through. Tristan up to Ajax, and that is a fantastic transition. You talked about this earlier, Show.
Yeah, this team right here is a team that can really hit you hard out the back if you can give them a chance to really get some passes out of the backfield. And you see it again right there. Ajax yet again scoring off of a pass when we only have one man back. The Demo helping out E United right there. And E United have been really good in this transition, but when they've had pressure so far, they haven't been able to do too much with it. But the Peeps, I think, still looking a little favored in this matchup right now, just due to the pressure they've had and the success they've had when they've had some pressure. Like this right here as AJ comes across, and it looked like nobody wanted to step up on it, Squid.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there. Some minor
The Peeps grabbing a quick 3-2 lead over there, about 2 minutes left in the game, but we've got other matches getting started as Magic Bear picks up a goal with 1:30 on the clock against G2. That is the start they wanted.
Yeah, like you said, incredibly grueling group. It's not easy for anyone in that group, and like you said, Alpine, all three ridiculous, mechanical, young talents. I'm worried for G2 because it's not easy against that team. I played against them recently, and they are tough.
Yeah, Alpine, I think they do get a little bit slept on in terms of just how good their peak is. And ooh, Garrett sniping the post going in. I expect this to be a pretty easy match for NRG against Continuum. I've spoken about how a couple of the new teams, Continuum and Jamal Jabari, they might not be picking up massive wins, but I do think they're solid enough to put up a good fight and just kind of get good experience going into future tournaments. And I think the roster of Continuum is absolutely fantastic. You know, Aeon, Astro, and Spider, all very smart players. I think on all of Aeon's past teams, he's without a doubt been one of the best players on them. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this Continuum team develops.
Yeah, for sure. The pickup of Spider has elevated them to new levels as well. You know, before last split, they weren't even in contention for really anything. But now, you know, they just rise into the split after picking up Spider. So I'm sure the squad's excited. Astro, obviously, somewhat of a veteran as well, being in RLRS for, I think, 2 or 3 seasons. So definitely excited to see them with the addition of their new player, Spider.
And I mean, just as you were speaking there, we were talking about the massive clears of NRG. It just pretty much pinched from their own backboard back to Continuums.
Yeah.
Just, great offense coming through, and Continuum ties it up. God damn.
Yeah, the little Astro Aeon combo. I mean,
yeah, I mean, they're good.
Very well.
Ooh, speaking of ties, United and the Peeps, 20 seconds. It's 3-3 on the clock. This could be a very long overtime, or as we've seen in Rocket League, sometimes these incredibly tight matches, they just end in like the first 30 seconds from the weirdest goal. So it's so hard to predict how these overtimes go.
100%.
And as this enters overtime, I do think we'll be giving you guys a bit of a listen in on the United stream. And I mean, I personally expect this to go to United, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
That shot going just high off the backboard. It's another follow-up opportunity here, but it's a bit too slow towards net, not able to work its way around. But I'm already liking the pressure that we're seeing out of United early on here in this overtime.
What a banger there from Tristan. Almost found Wondermike in transition. Just not enough boost in the tank to get there. Is now Illusion out in front. That one will be pushed well wide. Still, it's going to fall down in front of the orange goal. Cleared out for the moment. Wondermike hustles to it. Here's Tristan. The touch is looking for Ajax, but unfortunately the ball will be played all the way down. Good save there. Wondermike had to get in front of that one. Will end up paying for it, as this is Tristan again trying to get back to the midfield line. And we've played a minute in overtime. The Peeps looking to push now.
Well, it's actually a quick transition here from United. It's a great flick towards net backboard, but no one really there to capitalize on it quickly enough. It could be a drop here from Wondermike, but Illusion able to get in the way. And that's 2 solid opportunities in a row. They're not quite out of offense just yet. That demo could clear the way, but it's still solid defense coming through from the Peeps.
Nice pass, fire, score! Wondermike in overtime. Tristan to the Wonder Boy and Wondermike, and it's 4-3 to United.
And that pass, like you said, absolutely phenomenal. Just gets it down in the open space.
And United picking up the win in game 1 there over their opponents in the Peeps. However, we do have another overtime coming. It's Alpine versus G2 heading into overtime, and we'll get that guys to you right now.
But then to miss it after that point, oh man, I know that is one that's got to be bothering Percy. But hold up, he makes up for it here.
He doesn't even need to worry about that 0-second miss. Percy, the pre-flip, the timing your jump off the wall always seems to be so difficult for these players, but they make it look easy. Percy gets some revenge, even when he misses that 0-second buzzer.
We were talking about how short these overtimes can be, and you see Alpine taking it real quick. I'm about like 10 seconds into that, but I do believe we have NRG coming up, almost entering overtime here, about 10 seconds left, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing if Continuum can pull off the upset here.
So I just remembered something here. We're going to wait to see, though, how things play. But, you know, we talked about Justin a lot here, and you can see the stats here in this game. Justin's playing on a laptop right now.
Oh, that's right. We forgot to point that out. If we could get that image up at some point. Yeah, Justin playing on a laptop. And also, it looked like a toaster oven box as a seat.
It was. It actually was, yeah.
He's using a toaster oven box as his gaming chair.
That's not going to do wonders for his posture.
Posture check. I mean, you at least get a pillow for your box.
Right? Like, how much does he weigh, though, too? You know, you got to make sure, like, that box, like, something's taped in there.
Yeah, but it's honestly shocking that Justin is still this effective and this good playing on that setup.
5 saves and an assist. And the only goal that they've scored today.
I don't know how he's doing that. I try when I play on the laptop, I go down like 3 divisions. I become like a champ 1 player.
Yeah, he's like a vital asset to the team. That's a 6 save. 6 saves this game. And look how he's flowing. He almost ended up scoring there. Put a shot on. And you can see some NRG offense, but man, it just doesn't seem like it's like going on at all. He's completely just locked in here.
And this is no disrespect to laptop players. I mean, even Sizz back in the day, I think he used to play on a laptop, if I remember correctly. Or was it Matt who would play on and have a laptop on their lap and lay in bed?
Look, there it is. There's the setup.
Could be it. Oh, Justin!
Wow.
And now the goal from Garrett. He flings it downfield. NRG off the back of that amazing save by Justin. And they snag a Game 1 win.
Look at that. Turnaround into a goal. Justin with both assists, able to get 100% goal participation, while also getting the only saves on the team.
NRG taking Game 1 over Continuum. That is about the result we'd expect, but the fact that it went into overtime, Continuum looking pretty good, but as we mentioned before that, I do think they're being a little underrated right now. They're very strong players in their own rights, and we see in Game 2 here another tie between the Peeps and E United. I think what I want to see from the Peeps is I just want to see them play at their peak. All 3 of these guys, I know they're fantastic players, and I think they're just not playing to the team's potential. You know, when you're a good team, you're not just the sum of your parts, you're greater than that. And right now, I don't think we're really seeing that from the Peeps yet. And
not at all.
One of them like grabbing a goal, just putting it over all the defenders. What a great touch by him. And he has been such a fantastic up-and-comer. I don't even think it's fair to call him an up-and-comer at this point. He's been here quite a while, and he's been looking fantastic the whole time.
Yeah, no, always highly regarded in the bubble scene and then eventually the pro scene. You know, the United obviously had their growing pains with Hoxer and then a little bit at the beginning with Tristan, but like you said, one of Mike showing off his individual brilliance there is definitely a great thing to see if you're an E United fan.
And something you don't want to see if you're a G2 fan is another tie game for G2 and Alpine, about half the clock left. And this is the Alpine that I want to see. I like upsets. I like seeing the scene shaken up a bit. I'm an agent of chaos like that. And seeing these up-and-comers being coached by Mystic, it is, I love to see it. They're all very smart players. I got the opportunity to listen into a couple of Alpine scrims, and Percy's comms are absolutely fantastic. I think he's one of the most underrated players in NA. You know, he hasn't really had the accomplishments or accolades to back that up, but just individually and as a teammate, I do think he is going to be one of those names that sticks around for quite a while.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Even in the pro scene, within the actual pro players, they're all looking at Percy. Everyone knows how good he is, and I definitely agree. Among, I'd say, fans, he might be a little bit underrated, but I think we'll see lots of him in the future.
Yeah, and someone else we might see lots of, Spider picking up a double tap against NRG to get the quick lead in Game 1. They're still showing signs of life even after losing that Game 1 overtime, so that's good to see. A lot of times, the kind of younger, less experienced teams, they can put up victories and they can steal games, but when they lose them, it's hard to have that resilience to keep playing your own game and keep up the offense. Good to see Continuum being able to do that and grab an early goal after losing that tight overtime.
Yeah, for sure, especially against such a seasoned opponent in NRG. It's definitely a great thing to see, and I'm sure Astro and Aeon and their just experience, I'm sure, has something to do with that.
And about 15 seconds left on this United game, and Peeps are laying on the offense, but a clear coming through. That is a huge sigh of relief for United, as long as they can hold on these final 5 seconds. But I do expect this game to go in the favor of United as that ball gets tossed downfield. They lose control. Clock's on 0. If they make it happen, this will be insane. They're all so low on boost. Oh no, that is so unfortunate. I believe it was Gyro trying to get that pass out. If he hits that ball with any other part of his car, that is a pass, but he just gets the flip reset on it and the ball goes absolutely nowhere. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, the bottom of the octane is not what we're looking for there, but you know, it's kind of what we expected. United having this lead in the series, and I expect the sweep now at this point. I just think they have way too much momentum, and it's not looking good for the Peeps. And a last play like that is so demotivating, where you think you have something actually brewing up, but nothing comes.
Yeah, and now we do have another overtime coming through. It looks like it's going to be G2 versus Alpine again. An incredibly tense series, and we're going to throw it over to a listen-in right now.
Rizzo, everybody's up. Now it's launching back to the Alpine half. Jordan puts it down into the corner. And we've got OT in game 2.
That was a great look for another buzzer beater. You can see the possession going into the corner, keeping a couple of consistent shots. Chicago doesn't have the backboard double tap, but JNAP squeezes it through. Jordan, a very pivotal touch here for the defense to keep us in overtime.
Percy again going for that flick opportunity. He ends up finding it, getting a good setup pass, but then, look at this third man out too far. Magic Bear does get the deny, and Percy saving that shot from Chicago. It's not over yet. The onslaught of the offense of G2 is continuing,
Jordan,
but now
1v1.
It doesn't go for the musty. Typically in that situation, he seems to wait it out and go for a musty flick instead, just going for a traditional flick, if you will. Chicago comes back.
I was going to say, you know, normally we see Jordan go for, like you said, something mechanical. The man has some incredible mechanics on his side and in his arsenal, but let's pull out one there.
Magic Bear gets a nice pass, a dunk opportunity. Everybody going up for this one. Chicago ends up getting that one back into the corner here for G2. Alpine maintaining a lot of pressure here in this overtime, but by no means is it one-sided. It just, like, I keep looking at that first game as the example of the oppression that sometimes can happen against Alpine, which doesn't seem to be here. A little bit of an awkward bump onto Jordan from Percy here, but it doesn't set them back too much. Alpine seem to be holding their own here. 50 sends one high. Chicago gets dunked. Pass opportunity. Magic tries to follow it up. JNaps is going to have none of that.
We've gotten a little bit of a stalemate. This happens a couple of times in overtime, where both teams end up playing a bit more passive, I would say, because you'll notice right here the third man for G2 doesn't really want to turn on it. Instead, he waits for JNaps, who has all the boost in the world. He's going to get the double tap. Unfortunately, on our defensive side, we had no rotations. That backboard player could not get the touch because Jordan just decided to go down a little bit too soon.
Really good shot there from JNaps, but as you said,
and G2 picking up that tying game in the series to tie it up 1-1. Alpine trying to get the clear out of their own zone, but it was read too quickly, and just as we come back, Garrett G picking up a goal to make it 3-1 in game 2. Looking to make quick work of this series. He does not want this one to go into overtime. So they're up 3-1, 30 seconds left. United about half the game gone, and another tie, this time at 0-0. However, looks like it might turn around, and the zero boost dunk by Gyro, you madman. What are you doing there?
Yeah, he just kind of threw himself at the ball and threw up a prayer as well, and works out. So, I mean, they'll take that any day.
Half the field with zero boost, just following the play, and somehow manages to squeeze it into the top left. That is ridiculous.
I think that's something that kind of characterizes the new generation of Rocket League, you know? I think us older players would be like, why would we ever be up there and go for that? But, you know, the new players never say never, and I think we just saw that with Gyro right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to support your teammates' play and keep on the offense, even if you can't necessarily produce anything that threatening. It is far more important to boost starve and create offense than to try and bank it all on like your highest percentage chance. I
Right.
think
Right.
just keeping the offense going instead of going all out on a play is far more sustainable. It leads to far more wins. And I mean, I don't even know if that was what happened there from Gyro, but I do think it's important to mention that.
Yeah,
but
I think
I
it's
mean,
important
I don't know,
everyone
flipping
knows.
forward with 0 boost, that is insane.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what separates him from the rest of us. Just fantastic mind on the field, and
Oh, without a doubt. Now, minute into this G2 Alpine game, this has been a very close series that almost pinched into G2's net off of a challenge. That would have been an unfortunate way to get scored on. But Rodoko off the backboard air dribble, and ZPS so quick to follow up and just places it bottom left, drops it below the backboard defender, just sneaks into the back of the net, and 30 seconds into game 2, they're picking up a lead. Another goal from Chicago coming through. It's now 1-0. And I mean, if this series goes as the way it has in the past, I have no doubt Alpine's going to tie that up and go into another overtime or something like that.
Yeah,
so,
probably.
you know, I'm not too worried.
yeah, neither am I. I think you're right on point with that analysis. I think Alpine is always here to make games interesting and tie and probably lose in overtime, but we'll see. I'm excited to see if they can do something else besides that, but
Yeah, I mean, that would be ideal for them, really.
yeah. All fantastic
CPS
players,
with
so.
another flip reset. Philip? Oh no,
Oh.
did he not get it, or was he going for the fake? I don't know.
I don't know either. It's, you know, I wish we did have that like flip reset indicator. Definitely help with the information side of things, but I'm not sure about that one. I feel like he would have flipped if he got it.
Yeah, I feel like that would have been the spot to flip. And as we're talking about absolutely nothing, Justin picking up a goal, making it 1-0 in game 3, looking to close this series out against Continuum in a 3-0 sweep. But game 2 was a little more one-sided, but game 1, it was a very tense overtime. 3-0 sweep. If game 3 is as close as game 1, a 3-0 sweep won't really portray just how close the series was overall.
Yeah. I'm not thinking we're going to see that, though. I just think, you know, the longer
really?
you keep NRG in a series, it's not going to end up well.
Ooh, weird bump on the goal line from Continuum, getting caught on top of each other.
Well, it looks like Peeps took a game as well down there against EU. Ooh. They held on to that fantastic gyro goal and ran with it.
Yeah, that. Ooh, love that gyro goal. Just trying to make it work. Just flipping until just sneaks it into the top left. I'm still. It's just so picturesque, you know?
Yeah. It's really the beauty of Rocket League. Just you don't see in other sports or esports. It's something that makes it so special and unique. Really excited to see more of it. Hope I see another one like that from Gyro. Oh my gosh, that's almost a bang from ZPS.
Yeah, he's been playing really, really strong.
Hey, he is absolutely fantastic as a player. He is when I was on Sonics and we were looking for players, ZPS was actually one of the players we were considering. He is absolutely fantastic, and also I'd say somewhat overlooked by fans. He's my player to watch on this PK squad.
Really?
Yeah, he is amazing. He's also kind of an old player in the terms of just the bubble scene, and he was on PS4 as well. So he has his roots deep in the PS4 community.
Yeah, he has been around for a while, only really getting this time in the spotlight now. But, I mean, he's making... Oh,
he's got a second.
with a goal. Yeah, he's making use of that time in the spotlight. And, I mean, another one of the players to watch for me. I mean, there's only really 3 to choose from. But Rodoko...
Really can't miss over here at overtime.
Ajax getting the quick goal 1-0. And, oh, my goodness. All these series so close, except for G2. They have gotten 3 goals. Maybe I was a little wrong about Alpine tying this up. What a pass.
Yeah.
Just getting... Oh, my
I mean, that is the G2 special, that finding that man across the field who you just don't expect them to be there, but they're always there for each other. Their passing game is unbelievable. And I really don't think anyone, even mirrors anything close to that in the scene.
And as that G2 cold comes out, so does a double tap from Garrett for NRG, giving them a 2-goal lead now, 2 minutes on the clock. I think at this point, they're pretty confident in their ability to lock this one out and get a 3-0 sweep here.
Yeah, I'd fully agree. Again, NRG's just been let into the series for too long, and Continuum has not put up enough of an effort to kind of close them out a little bit.
Oh, Justin almost got the nicest musty. Now, Knights, they're up 2-0, 40 seconds left in game 2. Ooh, Lion Blaze. My goodness, I apologize for bringing up the scoreline. It was a sensitive topic. And he nails this into the back of the net, just past Sosa, making him look a little bit lost. And what an insane angle from him.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous individual mechanics from the 1v1 god himself.
Yeah.
Winning that, what was it, the Salt Mine Underground? Or some 1v1 event. There's too many to keep track of. But took down AJ in that finals with amazing defense, but displaying amazing offense right there. Gold Mine. Sorry. Just got word it was Gold Mine.
Oh, I was about to bring up how it was a tie game in United and Peeps again, but Tristan making me eat my future words. Illusion, not the clear you want. It was in such an awkward spot because at that point on the backboard, he is almost forced to either slam on the brakes or just completely pre-jump nothing because he's right on the post of the backboard.
Yep.
So he gets a rough clear coming out there, and an opponent from United just waiting on the top of the box, ready to put it into the empty net.
Yep.
They do so. It's now 2-1 for United, and they're on match point. So unfortunate way to get scored on. We do see Knights picking up their second game, 2-1. And now I believe we are going to be getting into this United game against the Peeps. It is a very tight series, 2-1 with half the game left. We're going to hop into it right now.
From both sides in this game specifically, Sleegy, that they're giving away, throwing away possession, in my opinion, just for a longer clear to try to take some of that pressure off, as this one might dribble towards AJ, just going to get there in time. And you wonder what kind of game would we be seeing if they slow it down a little bit and try to maintain these possession plays.
Yeah, I mean, it could go a long way for the Peeps, but I think you're right. They're just right now really giving possession to E United, and E United is greedily lapping it up and trying to do what they can to keep it for as long as they can. We really haven't seen any plays so far in this game 4 where it has been sustained pressure from the Peeps. Their one goal came from a quick transition down the field, and other than that, it's just been attempted clears down into passes. We see one come through there, but the defense set and ready for it.
Yeah, great play from Ajax. Now one to Mike. Leads Tristan. Illusion back wall. Gyro demos Tristan. This will open up space for Illusion, but he gives it up to Ajax. As now this will fall down in front. Boom and clear from AJ. Back the other way come the Peeps. And Tristan has to make a good play on the line. As now Illusion once again tries to fake Ajax with that shot. A little bit of a change up there. But not biting on it is the veteran defenseman. It will be cleared. In a 2-1 game with 50 to go, United trying to close out the series. What a play! Oh, just off the post. I thought that was in for sure.
It was super close, but I want to go back a quick second to that save Tristan made. It was one-on-one. He's back on his lonesome, and he's able to actually get a squishy save into a ground pinch to clear it away. He was in such an awkward spot, but his ability to respond in those situations and get those clear is, I think, what makes him so valuable to this team. And now we're seeing all they need to do is just maintain this pressure, close things out. An extra goal will absolutely take it, as that should be the nail in the coffin, although I'm not going to quite say that just yet. There's still plenty of time. I don't want to get muted, you know.
Once again, Wonder Mike, absolutely wonderful on the pitch. Coming in clutch for United. Makes it a 3-1 game. As now with 15 to go, the Peeps, last legs. That was a big double commit there. AJ's just going to throw it down in front. Gyro takes it away. The shot was just a bit high. As now this will be played into the corner, and with that, time will expire. United, a 3-1 final score in game 4, a 3-1 final score in the series. They start the day off very strong against a
Hunted Slee casting that victory for E United, and they do so in pretty dominant fashion in that last game. One to Mike absolutely popping off. We mentioned him as just one of the most insane players in NA that's maybe a little bit slept on, but still, he's been around for a while and always been a fantastically mechanically gifted player. And, ooh, Lion Blaze? Oh, he almost did it all himself right there against Ghost, or against Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, again, and going back to United, love one of Mike just icing that series off with that last double touch. You know, we were mentioning it earlier, we were talking about it earlier between us, but Tristan is definitely an interesting character coming from CRL. Great story from him, just being able to compete at both of those levels and kind of elevate to the RLCS level. Oh, but we will see G2 score yet again.
Ooh, another tied game from Alpine. But yeah, to kind of go back to Tristan, he was an incredibly mechanically strong player in CRL, but a lot of the doubters, myself included, thought, hey, you know, it's against CRL. It's not against, you know, the best players in the world. We don't think Tristan will really keep up here at this level, but he has proved everyone wrong, myself included. So kudos to him. He has looked absolutely fantastic. And another mechanically insane player, Rodoko. Although that play itself wasn't anything too impressive, a goal is a goal. He'll be happy to secure that and get a tie game of himself. Both these clocks nearly identical, 1-1 apiece. This is ridiculous. It's like a mirror.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a time machine back there too. Rodoko really took us back to 2017 with that goal. Not the best Rocket League, but again, you do what you can to win.
Oh, Chicago.
You expect him to put those home.
Yeah, I think he had 20 boosts. That was definitely enough to put that in. Unfortunately, he doesn't find the angle. This could be in, though.
Oh my gosh.
Are we going to have to rely on Rizzo to score? What's going on here?
Oh, as you say, here comes the man.
Philip?
Oh!
Oh, no!
I mean, I don't know.
Rizzo almost coming through for G2, but now it's a counterattack. However, GNAP's making quick work of that, looking for the counter, and I mean, again, 50 seconds left in both these games. Demo coming through from Percy's going to limit this offense, though. That is a good demolition. But still, 1-1 in both these games. Just over 30 seconds left. It could not get any tighter at this point, especially for Alpine and G2. You know, Alpine has a game of their own. And I mean, I suppose Ghost Gaming, I just realized they're against Match Point. Pittsburgh Knights, they are about to sweep them if they grab this game.
Yeah.
Chicago. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Alpine. 20 seconds left. They have to tie this or the series is over.
Yeah, just a mystery on the wall from, I think that was Jordan, maybe? Whoever was on that near post just completely, in terms of vertical positioning, just completely off and below the ball, and just a free shot for Chicago.
Insane save there to force overtime in the night series. That was going off the post and in, but it reached out.
Yeah, not too surprised about PK leading 2-0. Again, just they do so well in this past regional and any off-season tournaments as well. The pickup of Sosa. I know PK was trying out a couple players and then ended up going with Sosa. It's, I mean, just really working out for them, just being able to kind of just make their way through Ghosts without too much trouble, it looks like. You know, unless we see a Ghost goal here.
I think the individual games have been close in scoreline, but maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I've seen anything super threatening from Ghost. I think for the most part, Knights have kind of mitigated the risk of all the speed on Ghost. I mean, Lion Blaze has had his moments of looking absolutely insane. ZPS, you're looking for a double, gets the pass, and what incredible placement by Sosa. You were talking about how crucial that pickup was, and here he is securing the series.
Yeah, fantastic double from ZPS to find Sosa, and he's just got to put it in. And he slots it right into the right post beautifully, and there's nothing Lion Blaze can do on the goal line.
Yeah, he's in his own net. He's facing towards the far post, and Sosa, his ability to see that in such a tense scenario and find that rear tire. You know, it's so hard to slam on the brakes, get your momentum moving in the opposite direction, and get the save behind you. It's a great placement from Sosa there. And I mean, that was a pretty good round one. A lot of tight games. I think Alpine, they showed signs of life. I unfortunately wanted to see a little bit more from them. The Ghost Knights series I thought would be closer, but Knights, I mean, the fact that they're looking strong, it bodes well for the future. I think in my head, Ghost and Knights, they're kind of similar, but the fact that Knights are able to kind of pull ahead, it shows that they're developing as a team. It shows that they're fixing mistakes that they have, and I think that is absolutely crucial to their future of just climbing the ladder, going up one by one, taking down names. So I'm really happy to see that the Sosa pickup is working out great for them.
Yeah.
Now, any games you saw that really stood out to you? I think NRG 3-0ing, that was pretty much expected. United and Peeps, that was a pretty close series. I was was actually really entertained by that. I think that was some pretty good Rocket League.
That was definitely the one that stood out to me. I think United taking that 3-1, while close, I think it's kind of a statement from them, just being able to continue like the shutdown of Peeps and the just the rise of a United.
Yeah, and I mean, in the regionals, I believe United took down Peeps 3-1 again in similar fashion. So consistency, always a great sign. You don't want to see your successes and losses come kind of fluctuating. You want to see stable progress. I think that is a great sign of a team. You know, it shows that they have a plan that they're executing. They're not just kind of fluking their way into victories. The ability to play your stable game, it proves quite a lot about how you're kind of working together as a team.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. Fortunately, my camera's kind of shifted, but I'm still here. But yeah, no.
Back up a little, man. You're getting a little close here. However, I mean, all those results going about how we expect, but that's only round 1. We've got round 2, we got round 3, and round 4 coming up for this entire night. But for just a short moment here, are going to take a break. It's Sathu. It is Stacks. He's coming back. We got his tech issue sorted out. He has begged to be let back onto the stream, and we have to oblige. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to be saying goodbye to you. But I appreciate you coming on the stream. Any last words?
No, I mean, thanks for having me. Much love to the entire Rocket League community, and I hope the rest of the grid goes well.
Yeah, it was an absolute blast having you. I appreciate the insight you're able to provide. However, for now, we are going to be heading to a break, so we will see you all shortly for round 2 of the grid.
Okay, somebody clip this. Can we get a clip? I got
Oh my goodness, what a save!
But sliding it right on in, are you kidding me, Rodoko?
One last chance! And they do it!
Oh my God! Unbelievable! The defense crumbles. The tank is empty, and we are going to overtime.
All our trouble seems to fade away.
Hey, welcome back. We've still got the grid going. Stacks here alongside Dude with the Nose. You thought you got rid of me. I could see it the entire time that you thought, oh, finally got rid of Stacks. I got Sathy. I got a real host with me. How does it feel to have me back, Nose Dude?
I wish I had Sathy back. You know, we had such great chemistry, and now
Wow.
I'm stuck here with you, Stacks.
Wow.
We'll make it work.
Man,
I don't want to fight in front of the kids, in front of Twitch.
Okay,
chat. We'll make it work.
I mean, I was coming in actually feeling sorry about kicking Sathy from another team, but now you're just whatever. It's fine. I feel actually terrible making that joke because I love Sathy. I thought he did a fantastic job. Had my internet out for a little while. Now we have it back, and the first thing I do is come in and dunk on Sathy. It is a-okay. First round is in the books, and this is where we stand after round number 1 here. This is, of course, the second week of the grid. All right, what do we got for surprises here, Nose Dude? Not much other than, okay, you don't expect to see the Peeps at 0-1 because they're the greatest team ever, but other than that,
of course,
pretty much chalk.
Yeah, I think all of it went about as expected. I wouldn't have expected a 3-0 for the Pittsburgh Knights, but they looked pretty dominant, and I was hoping to see a little bit more from Alpine, but overall, I think that's about going as well as most people would expect. G2 taking out 3-1. NRG with a 3-0, pretty standard from them, and United beating Peeps 3-1. It's that has happened in the NA regionals in the winter split, so I don't think that should be too much of a surprise for anyone. Sorry to break it to you, Stacks. However, the next matches we have coming up, it's going to be NRG versus United. This was, I believe, it went to Game 5 in the regionals. That'll be a close one. Thieves versus Continuum, that could be a pretty good match, but I'll agree with you. I do think the Thieves, they might have the edge here. G2 versus Ghost and Knights versus Alpine.
Yeah, that second group, Group B, last grid, it was kind of the group of death, and it is again.
Yeah.
That is just an absolutely loaded group, by the way. G2 has been in it twice. You see the other matchups that we have. Remember, here in the second round, we've got 8 matches, all going on at once. And when you look at this, you kind of think, all right, there's not a whole lot here. That Rogue Sonics match could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And personally, I do think, of course that's a Rogue stream with Among Us going. That's fantastic. Love to see that. I do think the KCP V1 match, I think that could actually be really good. I do think in the past, KCP has had the edge. But personally, for me, it's a bit of a coin flip if I'm trying to predict who wins that.
I think Among Us is the last game that Spaceman wants to be showing on the Rogue stream. You just self-report again. But anyways, on to actual Rocket League here. You see the 2 matches up at the top. NRG, E United. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Mostly because you've got, again, we keep referring to Justin as a young player. It feels like he's been around forever, but I mean, he is still very young. And on the other side, you've got Tristan, another very exciting player that has really burst onto the scene this calendar year.
Yeah, and I mean, E United already up 1-0 in their series, and now we're flipping over to Continuum versus the Peeps, and Knights and Alpine tied 1-1 apiece with 2 minutes left. I think this is maybe the toughest match to predict in Group B, Alpine versus the Knights. I think both these teams are very solid in terms of game plan, and I think they both have incredible mechanics to pull off some insane plays that you might not expect to develop.
Well, I think the question that has to be answered, and we're not going to answer it this week, may not answer it even inside this calendar year, is are the Pittsburgh Knights another KC Pioneers, or are they just another flash in the pan that has, one good event and then they fade off into obscurity again? They're off to a great start here against Alpine, but what they put together over the past regional was insane. They beat more top teams than anybody should ever have to get as far as they did. I mean, they were the story of that split, or they would have been the story of that regional had that incredible match between NRG and Envy not happened.
Yeah, that was an absolutely insane matchup, and Ooh, the Peeps grabbing a quick, no. Continuum grabbing a quick goal is Aeon just getting the quick counter over Gyro, and ZPS with another goal. When I was talking with Sathu, we were talking about how ZPS, he's probably the most underrated player on that team, if not in all of NA right now. He is so solid mechanically, he is an incredibly smart player, and he's probably just a little bit outshined by players with the mechanics of Sosa and Rodoko, both very talented players mechanically, but ZPS, he's been around for so long and always been such a fantastic player. So just hoping to give him a little bit of recognition there, because he has been playing very well in terms of his goal participation in this tournament so far.
Is anybody gonna go tell the Continuum stream that something's off a little bit there? Just,
I think they'll figure it out.
Okay. I mean, as much as I would love to have the Peeps leading that series, or that game, no. For those that are not in the know, scores are flipped there. The Peeps are on blue, and they are currently getting scored on left and right by Continuum, and Illusion almost did something about that. A little teardrop goes in. There we go. All right, all is getting to be right in the universe. The Pittsburgh Knights are up 2 goals as well on Alpine. You see the Casey Pioneers boys looking dapper as ever. Big fan of the tie there. I like the tie game of Hazmat.
Yeah, he's looking cute today. All dressed up. I like it. And that game in the top right, Alpine versus Knights, just ending with Knights in the lead. And oh my goodness, Gyro! That you can't do that. That's not allowed.
They're never out of a game, are they?
Oh man. I mean, it is a rough catch by Aeon. Typically, you want to catch that on the top of your car so it's not bouncing down in front of your net. But Gyro, just to stay with that ball the entire way and get the dunk into the top, almost barred down and in, and to tie up the game as well. That is a crucial goal for the Peeps.
And in typical Gyro fashion, I don't know if you caught that, he went for the same play again, and this time they finally stopped him. He was just going same angle and everything. They went up and met him there. Still 2 minutes to go in that game. We see Jamal Jabari back in the mix. They're talking about him down on the Envy stream, or maybe they're not talking about him. Who knows? But that is a matchup that is coming up. Formerly Jamal Jabari, formerly Border Shadowy Figures, now currently Jamal Jabari. Jamal Jabari, by the way, not a real person. It is just a completely made-up name. One of the players, they needed a name for some other game they were playing, and they just came up with the name Jamal Jabari. And then when they got together and made a Rocket League team, they just stuck with it. Like, hey, we need an RL team name. Jamal Jabari. That sounds like a perfectly reasonable name.
Yeah, I mean, of all the fake names they could come up with, I think it actually rolls off the tongue pretty well. It's got some good flow to it. I like it. Jamal Jabari. It sounds good to say. It feels good to say, rather.
So, when are you going to sponsor an esports team and have them call themselves Trevor Hannah?
Oh, that's a pretty good idea, Stacks. I might.
I think it's great.
We can talk about that later. There might be something in that.
It's probably a better sounding name than Jamal Jabari. Like, as much as that rolls off the tongue, I think if you roll up as Trevor Hannah and as your team name,
you can't lose with that name.
Right, absolutely cannot lose.
I mean, I'm just a testament to that fact. Never lost a game in my life.
Yeah, no, when was the last time you lost a game? It was years ago.
Oh, that hurts. Oh, man. And speaking of hurting, 2 demos coming out for Continuum onto the Peeps, and 20 seconds left. It's tied 2-2. That could have been a big goal right there. And it looks like they finally caught on. They're fixing the UI in that in the Peeps game.
The Peeps. There we go. You know what I think it was? I think they were just trying to hedge their bets. Like, they just expected to get blown out. And then when Continuum actually took the lead, they decided to actually flip them. But now they're going into overtime. And why don't we listen in over on Valkyrie's stream as the Peeps and Continuum of all teams battle in OT.
No, he couldn't quite get high enough to get on the top of it, but still, Peeps with some possession here as Gyro puts this one on target, actually, but Alu there to clean it up.
Yeah, an interesting chain of events, I think I'll say. That looks like it should be a freebie. No, Gyro's going to play it slow instead of taking that initial shot. Aeon did have a little bit of front post coverage there, but I thought that was going to be a shot on target for certain. Gyro, though, not convinced, goes the down low, and that'll sneak through. No boost on the last man, and we've got a game win.
I don't think that I've ever seen a single player, at least here in the grid since we've been watching for the Peeps, put a team on their back as hard as Gyro did in this game right here for the Peeps. He single-handedly willed them back into this game and the win because they got down 2-0. They looked flat.
See? They're never out of it, Nose Dude. Never out of a game when you have Gyro on your team. And the Peeps come back. They score 3 unanswered. They're looking okay.
Yeah, looking pretty good. I mean, Gyro has had a number of very clutch goals. And, I mean, I was talking to Sathu while you were gone. All the players of the Peeps, they're fantastic. They've had so much success on their own, and it just feels like as a team, they're playing as the sum of their parts when ideally you want to be greater than the sum of your parts as a team. You want to have that chemistry that makes you better than just the 3 individual players, you know? And it seems like Peeps haven't really managed to do that quite yet. Because I think all those 3 players, they should be a much more threatening team.
Oh, definitely. And that's why I like the, kind of this multi-split format because, look, the whole RLCS season is a grind. It is... we often say it's a marathon, not a sprint. Now, this isn't just a marathon. I mean, this is like, the Iron Man, right? Because you got the fall split, then you have to survive the off season, which some teams probably haven't. Let's be honest. Then you get the winter split, so you do it all over again, and then eventually they're gonna do it again in the spring. Another 3 regionals and the grid that comes along with that. And you have to play a lot of Rocket League to finally reach the point where you can even start to determine who the best team in the world is. For all the talk we have about Space Station, NRG, Envy, and whether or not they can stack up. Okay, yes, G2. Sorry, G2 fans, you're there too. But whether or not they can stack up against the likes of BDS and Vitality,
they can.
It was like, who knows if BDS will still even be where they're at in the spring. Will they burn out? Because again, it's a very long season. So, there's a lot that's going to change, I think, from now at the start of December through, April and May when we can start really talking about best in the world.
Yeah, in the past it was like 7 series in a season for a team, and now there's just so much Rocket League. There's so much almost data to pull from if you're a player trying to figure out your opponents, if you're a fan trying to see how these teams stack up. It is fantastic to have so many games to pull from, so many head-to-heads and different matchups. The new format is absolutely fantastic, and ooh, Ghost grabbing a lead over G2.
Yeah, Ghost is up on G2, something that, again, one of those you would not expect to see, but expect the unexpected, as we have so often seen through the very early stages of the winter split. Remember, of course, this split will continue all the way through into January after a little holiday hiatus. And all these results, Nose Dude, I know so often in sports and esports, we get caught up in the trap of every time somebody beats another team, you think, or you have to immediately figure out, okay, great, so that means that this is the best team, and that's the best team, and these guys aren't as good. You just can't jump to that conclusion. I think you have to wait until you have that second regional out of the way. And this is just another step along the way. Ajax just, whose pocket did he pick there?
I think it was a bit of an unfortunate own goal there.
Oh.
Ajax trying to get a dribble, and Garrett, I think he might have been going for a demolition, expecting Ajax to go for an air dribble or something. But unfortunately, just taps the ball into the top left. A beauty of a shot, I might add, but just not quite intentional from Garrett to place it so well on his own net.
What's a better combination than Garrett and own goals in the grid? Worked out for them pretty well last time. They still had a very good performance, to say the least. Yeah, they kind of only won the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, NRG has looked absolutely fantastic recently. They had their shaky moments earlier in the year, but I think that's mostly been ironed out. And as they show on the NRG screen, if you weren't there for that earlier, Justin is playing on a laptop right now, and I mean, he's still looking absolutely solid, making decent work of that. Ooh, almost sneaking into the near post is NRG, but the Rogue Sonic series, that's 1-1. We expected that to be a very close matchup. Rogue has been absolutely fantastic, and both these teams making roster changes coming into this split. It's been T-Corel added to Sonics and Toroko added to Rogue. I'm excited to see how these two teams stack up.
So if Justin, only scores a hat trick in 2 out of 3 games in this series, or 2 out of 4, however long it goes, is he slumping? Oh my goodness.
Wonder Mike.
Oh, yeah, forget that for a moment. Wonder Mike not slumping. This is sick.
He's so good, man. He was that a pre-jump into the ceiling touch, and he reads it as it bounces down, and he places it top left. He's such a fantastic player. I can't overstate that enough. He's so good and such an incredible pickup for this United squad. He's not a new addition, but still proving his value on the team in dividends.
Wonder Mike does things that you look at and go, what the heck is he doing? Why is he up for this? Why is he here? Squishy does a lot of that too. He's got NRG back into it, and I expect this one. We're in game 3 right now. I would not be surprised at all to see that one go the distance. That's one we'll be looking at the end of the round going, all right, this has been fun.
And something maybe most viewers won't expect, but Sathu, with his insider info, he kind of touched on the fact that Space Station, they actually have trouble against Charlotte Phoenix in a lot of scrims and tournament matches. And now this game, about 3.5 minutes in, just under that, it's a tie game in game 1, and I will be very happy to see Charlotte Phoenix find some success against this Space Station roster, because I think once they find a goal here or there and they build up that confidence to play the game that they want to play and that they've been practicing, I think they are a deadly squad.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure there was one week where Space Station just laid an egg in the grid in the fall, and I think they lost to the Charlotte Phoenix on the way there. Like, I'm scrambling right now. I can't find it, but I know it happened.
Yeah, I do believe so. And wow, this Rogue Sonics game 2-2 with just 15 seconds on the clock, and there it is. As I was talking about Rogue and Sonics, Charlotte find the goal with a minute left. But now, Rogue and Sonics, it is coming down to the wire in game 1 here. Almost entering overtime, but it's so panicking. No,
goodness.
This just goes
No
in
way.
for Rogue. That is insane.
You could watch it happening, right? As soon as that last save came out, and it just came out so weak, there was nothing to it. It just bounced right to Toroko. It's like, oh no. So there goes that one. Rogue avoids OT. And now we can, we're getting word that the Peeps are in overtime again. Let's listen in.
Still, the offensive chance going by the wayside by no effort of the defense, I might add.
Yeah, definitely a chance that was phenomenal right there, but would have been a play that I think would have been a highlight had it gone. But Aeon up over the top. That's a heavy touch coming out on the back end. I don't think that it was a Gyro here, or AJ, excuse me, that wanted that one. No, he actually didn't get a touch on it. I thought he might have, but the bounce off the corner actually popping that one up right on Aeon, and the team trying to circle around it. But
all right, so that's the Peeps stream as Continuum ties up that series. And now let's go listen into Johnny Boy as Charlotte and Space Station are no longer in OT. They're not going to go to OT, perhaps.
Nicely done here by Reddles. Oof. Big time bumps. We got to get him in Smug. That is a one's main play right there. And we love to see it.
Who would you guys want to see Retzels play against in Smug? What would be the most spicy matchup? I already know what the answer should be, based on some beef I've seen in the past. But yeah, Retzels is definitely just adding to the list of players who wants to call him out by the day. Is that going to be a third one? No, it's going to go into the ground for 2-1. Space Station.
Johnny Boy and Smellsworth on the call there for Space Station. They hold off the Charlotte Phoenix. And, well, we were starting to look at that Pittsburgh Knights game, and CPS, as he so often does, has put them in front. Boy, they have had one heck of a week.
Yeah, and now we see Envy and Jamal Jabari going into overtime. So much happening right now. And, I mean, Knights, I did not expect a sweep victory fashion. I thought Alpine would put up a bit more of a fight. But right now we do have a listen in the Team Envy stream.
Keeping that rotation in place, not giving those openings to Jamal Jabari.
Most certainly is. We are, again, experiencing a lot of that quick play, and all of a sudden the challenge drops right down to LJ and Jamal Jabari in overtime. Get the sudden death goal, and they're going to take game one here of this opening series.
And just an unfortunate moment right there, the gap just big enough to
My goodness. We go to a listen-in, and immediately somebody scores. We had, what, 3 or 4 different games that were either in overtime or we're going to go to overtime. And we've got, we got a couple guys behind the scenes that are trying to sort out exactly where we're going to go, who we're going to highlight. And you can just hear it every time. Like, you see the little fade go to, like, the Peep stream. Oh, gee, they scored. Hey, okay, let's go to Johnny Boy immediately. So we go to Johnny Boy. Reddles scores. All right, so we're going to go to the Peeps, or the Pittsburgh Knights next. And right as we're coming out of Johnny Boy's stream, ZPS is scoring. That's just the chaos that is the grid.
Yeah, and you cannot catch all this. It is insane. There's so many close series. Yeah, we're trying our absolute best. And there's just so many tight games that you wouldn't even expect to happen, really. I mean, the Alpine getting swept 3-0, unfortunate. But even those games were pretty close, and just so many overtimes to keep track of. It is absolutely fantastic by, I mean, I've got to give credit to production for getting this all to us. And now, great opportunity from the Peeps, but not going to find success on that.
Lost in all of that is, we had all these games end immediately, and it's tough to, on the fly, pick out exactly who is who unless you're really, really paying attention. That is Jamal Jabari getting an overtime winner in game one against the, I guess now reigning North American regional champs, Envy. Talk about having a little bit of a letdown after just maybe the best series we've had all season.
And I mean, sorry, excuse me. As you were talking, United, they grab a goal against NRG. It's now 3 minutes, and they're on match point here. I did not expect this, but if there's one of these kind of lower rated teams to take a series off NRG, I think United is kind of consistently proven that they have the ability to do that. It's just a matter of not finding that final game, but in this game right here, they might be able to do that and secure a match point.
Look at the passing on that play from G2.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of it looked accidental, but that looked really pretty. We have a few minutes here before any of these games are going to go to overtime or just not go to overtime by the time we actually start looking at them. So I want to get your expertise here, Nose Dude. I wanted to do this actually before round one, but I didn't have internet. So, you go back to what we had between NRG and Envy, right? One of the best series that we've had all season, if not the best of all of RLCS X. Maybe one of the best of all time. And obviously, a lot of opinions about what it would look like on a LAN, what it would have looked like if there were European teams. What I want to ask in your expert professional opinion, Nose Dude, is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
What? Surely.
Okay, there we go. I'm glad we settled it.
Yeah,
the debate is over.
Oh, was that supposed to be a discussion? I didn't realize.
No, it shouldn't have been a discussion. It never should be a discussion.
Oh,
The answer
I'm
is
glad.
unequivocally yes, but I just needed an expert opinion, and you have provided that, so thank you.
On the mic. You can't do that. It's not allowed. How is he consistently so insane at this video game? What a double tap. Finding the empty backward and punishing NRG for that.
That game is fun. NRG and E United. I mean, it's just somebody throws a haymaker, get a response right back. You see a nutty goal, another one immediately follows. They are, I mean, they're not saving anything right now. It's just everything is going towards the net and in. I mean, this is one of those games, okay, sure, it might end 3-2, and if it does, it's because of that insane goal by Garrett. Like, how does this go through your mind? Like,
oh my
really?
Goodness. He's just so quick and insane placement, even though it's a bit of an empty net. But it just speaks to how good NRG is and just how disciplined, even in these scenarios where it's like an empty net and it's kind of a tough touch to make, he's still finding the perfect shot, the hardest shot. He has the confidence to make every touch his best. It is fantastic to see. A lot of kind of weaker teams and weaker players, when they find an empty net, it's sometimes the hardest shots for them to make. But it kind of going a little too much into detail about it, but when you have an empty net and you hit an absolutely impressive shot, just like Garrett did, it shows how much confidence you have.
Well, NRG is waking up with their backs against the wall in this series, and they're not just shooting little soft floaters at the net.
Yeah.
They are launching missiles towards the E United net. They are done playing around. They're starting to pull away here in a must-win game 4.
Ooh, Charlotte Phoenix bringing it into
way.
a 1-goal game. If they can tie that up, that'll be absolutely fantastic. And now Rogue just hanging on the goal line. They're up 4-1. It's not all that crucial for them to maintain this lead, or rather not get scored on there. But still, their ability to hang on, that is so tough for Sonic's mental game. That was their chance of the game to get a goal for themselves, a second rather, but Rogue knocks it all aside.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this during the fall split, but watching these games, especially as they come down to the wire all at once, it kind of brings me back to when I was a kid watching the, every time you'd have March Madness on TV, there was always that package you could get, right, that had all the games going on at once, and there's like one channel that had 4 games, and you flip the channel, and then there's 4 more games, and then you could use your remote to highlight the one game that you wanted to listen in on. That's this. E United almost brought that one back. Charlotte Phoenix they made a game of it with Space Station. It ultimately falls short there. You've got Ghost and G2 that was starting to go to overtime, but as soon as my gaze went up there, Ghost scored and pulled ahead because of course they did. I mean, again, it's just non-stop action all over the grid here over the past 10 minutes.
Yeah, there's so many overtimes in the first round. It seems like all these teams, they're trying to avoid it at all costs at this point. So many, either 10 seconds into overtime, they get a goal, or just before overtime hits, they're getting the lead and avoiding overtime. And, well, maybe I spoke too soon. Chicago ties things up. What an absolutely impressive shot here. Finding top right with so much power. Good luck, Joe Freshness. Incredible placement on that.
That is just great. Yeah, you could learn something from FDOT. A couple of times on Saturday, he had called a game before it was over. It's just like, oh no, and that's gonna do it for G2 in this game, and then all of a sudden, bang, 0-second goal or a near miss. It's amazing how often it happens. So G2 and Ghost almost. My God. Is that? Oh, that was Ghost shooting too. Getting haunted by the crossbar. think we can actually go in and listen in now as G2 and Ghost battle into overtime. Not for long. Are you
Every time.
serious?
Every time.
My gosh.
That. Oh no.
That can't
that's so
happen.
unfortunate. And,
oh boy.
I mean, you don't expect the challenge to go that poorly, but Jane Apsey's. I mean, I can't even blame him for that. It just goes right back into your own net. I guess it's just kind of a rough challenge, but such an easily avoidable goal. It's just not something you expect to happen.
Why do we bother? Why do we bother trying to go to these games in OT? We should just like pick one in 5 minutes and then just go to it. And then that game will go like 8-7 because once we start watching, nobody can stop anybody. What is defense?
And one mic, that's not allowed. You can't keep pulling off plays like this, man. He is having the night of his life in these games. Did you see what he just did, Sax?
Oh yeah, he's a young human highlight reel. Just every time he gets the ball, it is edge of your seat stuff. He's, you know, I have a hard time getting a read on Wonder Mike because there are times where he looks like one of the absolute best players in North America, and then there are times where, you know, he's just another guy out there. But man, when he is on, he is one of the most fun players to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, he's pulling this off against NRG. I think that's kind of the important thing to highlight. They're a decent team, I guess. But man, like, you expect One the Mic to pull this off in a ranked game or something and be impressed. He's doing it against NRG. I can't overstate how ridiculous that is.
You saw Phantom Ace on the Athena/G2 stream there with Orb. You know, fun story about Phantom Ace. I've actually played ranked with him because I don't know, he just felt like tanking his MMR with him and Dazarin, and I could just like. You ever play with someone and like you don't have them in voice comms, but you just know that every time you do something, they're just like, oh my goodness, get me out of this lobby.
I'm usually on the giving end of that.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be honest, yeah.
Yeah, that was Phantom Ace every time I tried to touch the ball. I say tried because, well, you know, if I had hit the ball, I would have told you I hit it. Ooh, that is A-okay. Astro rolling one in here. Continuum is that a 5?
That is a 5.
Oh,
Stacks.
good.
I was gonna
Lord.
say I don't think your peeps are doing so well against match
well,
point.
They
might
got
want
a game. They got a game. They got one to give. It's fine.
Sure, but I mean, I don't know if you
Just
want
getting
to
more
hop
scrim
in there,
time
give them a bit of a pep talk, anything, be the cheerleader for them. I don't know. They could use it right now.
You know, there is nothing that I can tell the peeps that Moopy can't say about 1,000 times better than me. So I'm gonna just leave that to him. I ain't out here trying to take any coach's jobs.
Oh, V1. They're up 2-0 right now. I didn't even realize. I said going into this, it's a bit of a toss-up, a bit of a coin flip. But V1, they're making it look pretty easy right now. And as you see in the bottom right, 30 seconds left. V1 is up 3-1 on match point. Man, I don't think too many people expected that result.
So where do we go from here, right? You've got Continuum just blowing the doors off of the peeps. They're just having a laugh right now. Oh, they won't get a shutout. Bravo. Bravo. Well done, AJ. You scored a goal that didn't matter. This NRG United match has been back and forth, and now it's back to NRG. Remember, they had to win that last game, I think, right, to stay alive in the series. And now Justin has them ahead with just over 100 seconds left. Looks like V1 and the Pioneers are almost done with their series. They're going into... No, they are done now.
That is over, yeah. 3-0 sweep for V1. Man, what a dominant performance, especially in that final game.
It's been a big answer for Team Envy as they have... They're about to take the lead over Jamal Jabari. They dropped that first game in OT, and they have been all business since.
Yeah, now, oh my goodness. The chaos in front of the peeps in that year, that was absolutely ridiculous to watch.
All right, well, Space Station and the Charlotte Phoenix are, of course, going into overtime again. So let's go over to them just in time to watch, I don't know, Karma score or something.
Regularity. But yeah, so it's all about the defense for me. The defense for Charlotte and for Space Station has been lacking today. Oh my.
Demos.
Oh!
Full-on assault. This is gang violence here from Charlotte Phoenix. Look at this.
I mean, Retzel's nearly got the luckiest spawn ever. That was just an open net for Charlotte Phoenix. Retzel spawned in front of the ball, and if he had popped it back into the corner, I think they would have...
How does he know?
I've
know?
seen the script. I shouldn't have given that away. Man, it's fine.
Why would you spoil it?
I know. It's the way this night is gone. We knew it wouldn't last very long. We go to somebody for a listen in. They're going into overtime. Cool. They're actually like having us wait now because they're telling us, all right, so this game's going into overtime. We're just gonna like wait 10, 15 seconds, make sure nobody actually scores. Then when we finally go, they were just patiently waiting for us. If you at home would like your team to win in overtime, just at me at StacksRL, or throw an out to at RL Esports. Use hashtag the grid, all that fun, happy stuff, and let us know who you want to get a free win in overtime here in the grid. Is it E United if they can tie up this game, or when they tie up this game, because they're not going to let this pressure off anytime soon. Almost inevitable that they are going to tie this game. Here it is. There it is.
Oh my,
they're going to overtime. Are you kidding me? I think we should probably get ready to head on over there for another, 15-second OT.
Here, looks like we're gonna have overtime.
Yeah, Ajax down in front. Overtime, game 5, a 2-goal comeback for E United. Don't look at us. Go back to the game, my man. We're not done yet. Ajax over to one to Mikey's high on the shot. Rebound for Tristan will be blocked away by Justin. And now Ajax up to Tristan. Can't quite find him. Big clear from Garrett. Gotta force the play. Here's Garrett G up high. One to Mike over to Tristan. Can he find the play? He's up for it. Squishy on the challenge. NRG playing so deep in their own zone right now. Afraid of this attack. Here's one to Mike. Doesn't get the touch on it. Tristan just going to wait out Squishy. And we've played 45 seconds in overtime. What a game this is.
What a game indeed, but E United still has to make sure that they are rotating properly. They can't leave space in open behind. We're seeing booming clears coming out of the NRG. They are looking for that one small mistake to try and capitalize downfield on transition. E United has been holding well so far. They just need to keep it up and find a hole of their own. This is absolutely bonkers.
Well, here's a play for Tristan out to the midfield. Squishy now. Trying to play it down in front. The touch from Justin is there. Ajax makes the save on the line. One to Mike. Oh, he doesn't find the touch. Squishy. Gonna play it to Garrett G. He scores top shelf just by Ajax. And that's gonna do it again. E United fall, this time in overtime in game 5. It's Garrett G to finish the series.
I appreciate that NRG goes in kilometers per hour. They don't use the freedom units that, literally every other North American stream uses. That's fine. When you're that good...
You want to talk about the percentage of people using a certain type of unit. Do you, Stacks?
I do. I forgot that I might have a broadcast partner here who's a little sensitive to that subject. I mean, that's fine.
But yeah, what a win from NRG there. And another 3-2 series between NRG and E United. I'm liking how this rivalry is shaping up in my head. I think E United, they are a bit of that kryptonite to NRG, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from them.
I can imagine just James and Dazarin had to have been just sweating like crazy, listening or watching that series and watching E United take the fight right at NRG. That's not a team you expect that NRG would have that much trouble with, but always seems to be a great battle when they meet up. The Peeps and Continuum coming down to the wire. Peeps getting a big insurance goal, and Space Station Gaming, they're coming out of the blocks real slow, and I mean real slow here in this winter split. I mean, they did not have a good regional by any means. They are struggling now with the Charlotte Phoenix, and maybe this is the week where Charlotte finally hits their stride and figures things out as a team. This would be a huge result if they can get not only to Game 5, but get a dub out of this.
Yeah, I hope so, man. It's been such a long time coming for the Charlotte Phoenix roster to just find a crucial win. I know they're all capable of it. Karma has been competing at this level for so long. Shadow is an absolutely fantastic player, and Alraz, a little newer to the roster, he's shown his worth as well. It's just a matter of showing up in tournament matches, and until now, they've been unable to do that, and hopefully in this series they can get it done. If they close out this game, it's match point for both teams. Anything can happen.
If you go back to that first grid a few weeks ago, we saw the theme of all the teams that didn't make any roster changes at all, with the exception of Rogue. They look really good. But the teams that didn't make any changes, they dominated. And all the teams that were trying out new thirds, they needed to put in a lot of work. Now you look at how these matchups are going, and the theme ever since the regional has been all these teams that you don't expect to be competing up at the top are giving teams like NRG, Envy, in the case of Jamal Jabari, and Space Station, as Charlotte's gone to Game 5 there, they're giving them a run for their money here in the grid.
Yeah, and speaking of giving a run for their money, Jamal Jabari, this is very close. They were up 3-1, I believe, so the lead has shrunk a little bit since I last checked, but 15 or so seconds left. They're up by 1 to force a Game 5, and so far, it seems like they've just been hanging on defense. Jamal Jabari getting clutch save after clutch save almost on the goal line. So if they can hold out in this final play, they could force it, but oh my goodness, that was intense.
That was, boy, they have such great comeback ability. Talking about Team Envy, you saw it, of course, in that series with NRG, and it's something they lacked against NRG in the fall split. But they've certainly come to life. There's so many times during the fall that Jorby and I on the Envy stream had said Atomic is one of the best passers in not just North America, probably in the world, because he was able to hit Turbo time and time and time again. And yes, when you have a finisher like Turbo on the field, sure, it makes everybody look like a really good passer. But especially in Atomic's case, I mean, he was hitting him right on the money. And I think the most fun part, for me anyways, because I noticed these little things, it felt like every time Turbo scored, he was just shooting right at Squishy, and Squishy couldn't catch up to it. And if that wasn't some kind of therapeutic release for Turbo to just have everything he shoots at Squishy go right by him, I don't know what is.
I mean, yeah, so much of Rocket League is just that mental game, and something I just wanted to bring up, looking at this two matches going on here.
Almost
would you have expected either of these two matches to be shown in like a Game 5 scenario?
Absolutely
Jamal
not.
Jabari and Envy in Game 5, Space Station and Charlotte Phoenix in Game 5, and Charlotte Phoenix picking up an early lead. This is ridiculous.
All right, Krazik's going to be kicking himself, though, for not converting just a moment ago. He could have given JJ a big opening goal here in the first minute, and they still get the pressure on. But, yeah, I mean, on both sides, right? Like, okay, Space Station fans probably know who the Charlotte Phoenix are.
Mm-hmm.
If for no other reason than they've been looking down at them, and let's be honest, they have been cracking jokes about the Charlotte Phoenix for a while because they don't have the problems that Charlotte has, and they get to be big bad
Jamal
bullies
Jabari.
of fans. If you are an Envy fan, you probably don't necessarily know who Jamal Jabari is. You're just like, who? Right now, they're the guys that are beating your team.
Yeah, you should probably know them now. They might steal this game from you. Man, I did not expect this series to go this far or be in favor of Jamal Jabari in Game 5. This is absurd. Envy not swept. They went to Game 7 against a very strong NRG. You know, Squishy said he wasn't playing that well, but Justin and Garrett were looking incredibly strong, and Envy, it seems like they were able to stop so much of that momentum, even though the series was so close, and now they're struggling against Jamal Jabari. It's a ridiculous change-up from what we just saw in the regional finals.
I think when we look back at this winter split, what a shot from Turbo. When we look back at this winter split, the tagline is going to be, I didn't expect, or I never expected. Because that's just been the theme. That's been everything we've seen so far between the first grid went mostly as expected. The regional, not so much until, okay, you had NRG and Envy at the end, and now there's Shadow putting Charlotte Phoenix, yes, the Charlotte Phoenix, ahead of Space Station again. I never expected this either.
Oh
Bump from Alraz too.
Yeah, that was a fantastic bump. I think one of the biggest things I want to... Oh my goodness, Toasty. What is happening on both of these streams, man? What is going on? I don't understand.
Are they almost identical in time remaining? Space Station just tied it up.
Space Station tying it up. Oh, that's rough.
Ooh, here come the fun police.
That's an unfortunate kickoff goal to give away.
Yeah, what are they? They're 5 seconds apart.
Yeah, it is absolutely insane. And Jamal Jabari, they might have some offense here now. Pretty easy clear from Turbo, but it's kind of weak, honestly.
Remember there was a time where people were saying Turbo just couldn't keep up mechanically and he was going to fall off and, you know, start to decline a lot in comparison to everybody. And I mean, they basically said in no uncertain terms, yeah, Turbo's washed. Like, okay. We know how that works out for you.
I think I'm not going to go ahead and say Turbo's washed. I think that's ridiculous. I do think his ability as a player, it's not from his mechanics. I think it's in lands. I think that's when he shows why he's so crucial as a teammate. And in this online era of Rocket League, I think it's fair to say that Turbo is probably taking the biggest performance hit right now, but still, he is showing his value in these games. And although Envy, they probably don't want to be in Game 5 against Jamal Jabari, I mean, Turbo's looking fine. He's not looking to be too much of a detriment right now, you know?
If this is Turbo if this is Turbo taking a performance hit,
yeah.
Okay, if I'm an Envy fan, I'm getting tickets to the World Championship. Like, I'm already saving for tickets for the World Championship day 3 or 5 or however many days they go on for the World Championship, whatever format they decide to come up with. Oh, by the way, Jamal Jabari is going to go up 2 goals on him in Game 5. Sure, that's happening right now. But yeah, if this is Turbo on a performance hit, that's fine. I'll take my championship in May or whenever.
I don't know. In regards to the Space Station game, I think Charlotte Phoenix are the type of team to lose a lot of confidence as soon as they lose a lead. As soon as they get scored on, it seems like they almost abandon what's working for them, or they kind of get too scared to do what's working for them, and it seems like that might be what has happened right now in Game 5. They're down by 1, they had a lead. This is potential here, but it looks like it's going to get cleared, and the offensive chance for Charlotte Phoenix absolutely shut down.
Well, Space Station, I mean, they've got to win a series like this, and now they're starting to pull away. Yeah, after, again, they struggled. I mean, they struggled mightily with the Pittsburgh Knights. Knights didn't let them score for a good 17 minutes at the end of that series as they got that big reverse sweep. And, you know, you just... I worry about a team like Space Station when, you know, they're starting to lose to a team that they're not supposed to lose to. After collectively as a team, they talk this big game of, hey, yeah, let us have Team BDS. Let us have Vitality. We'll show you who the best team in the world is. And then the Pittsburgh Knights are like, hi, LOL. And, I worry what that might do to a team. So getting a win here, yes, sure, it's only the Charlotte Phoenix in their eyes, but it's got to feel good for them to face adversity and come out on top.
For sure. I think just having the confidence of picking up wins where you need to win and where you're expected to win, it matters a lot in the tougher series, because so much of Rocket League is just having the confidence and sometimes the audacity to go for some insane plays and have them work out. Whereas if you're playing a little unsure of yourself, a little less confident, you're not going to be able to generate the offense that's needed. And what just happened? Oh, it was 0 seconds. Okay. I was like, what is Jamal Jabari doing? But there was no time left. LJ just putting it in his own net for some fun. And man, they pick up the series in game 5 against Envy. I could not give you a percentage of people who would have predicted that. That is unreal to me.
Take a screenshot of that. There is nobody that expected to see Jamal Jabari 3x over Envy, whether it's 3-2, 3-0, anything. They expected to see Envy probably sweep that series, especially they're the North American champions right now. Well, that's why the grid is so fun. Sometimes you have a team that plays absolutely out of their minds on Sunday, and come Tuesday, a little bit of a letdown. That's fine.
And I posted my predictions on Twitter of who I thought would win in which group, what each team would go.
Oh,
I think I had Envy for a 3-0 sweep.
Do I need to look at this before you delete it? Okay, hold on.
No, I don't think it's too bad. I think it's holding up decent.
All right, fair.
There is no way I'm ever predicting Jamal Jabari to beat Envy. That is a fantastic win for them, and especially in this group, I think when they're able to pick up a win over Envy, it matters so much going into their series against Rogue, going into their series against the Sonics. That confidence going into the feature series, that can impact the outcome so heavily.
It's like you just put in one of those old N64 cartridges, right? And you just wrong warp right to the final boss, and you beat him. Sure, Jamal Jabari, 1-0, and they've got Envy out of the way. I think that's going to be the story of the grid, at least tonight. We're going to keep our eyes on JJ, see if they can keep it rolling. They do still have Rogue. They still have the Sonics, and who knows what the Sonics are going to bring to the table. They obviously fell to Rogue in their first match, but that Jamal Jabari team. Imagine if we're looking at the seedings in the bracket at the end of tonight, and up at the top, we see Jamal Jabari.
Dude, no.
I'm here for it.
If that happens, I don't even want to place any wager on it, because it might. I am coming into this. We said that the new teams, both Continuum and Jamal Jabari, they probably wouldn't make it too far, but they have insane potential. That's the potential they just showed there. They are fantastic players. All of the individuals in these massive kind of top tier tournaments, they have the mechanics, they have the decision making to play on the top teams. It's just a matter of bringing it into tournament play and doing it consistently. And although doing it consistently might be tough for Jamal Jabari, the fact that they've been able to do it against Envy, it bodes well for their future matchups.
Well, it's been a night of ups and downs for a lot of teams, especially Alpine, and especially Percy. He had kind of a wild ride of emotions coming down to 0 seconds and going into overtime of a game. Let's have a look as we look back at Alpine earlier tonight.
Downfield, Percy with the touch, not going to get dunked. It is up in the air. 26 boost to his name.
Oh, he missed.
Rizzo missed. So does Percy. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Oh, don't get me wrong. You expect Rizzo to make that touch, but then to miss it after that point. Oh man, I know that is one that's got to be bothering Percy. But hold up, he makes up for it here.
He doesn't even need to worry about that 0 second miss. Percy, the pre-flip, the timing your jump off the wall always seems to be so difficult.
run for Percy. You go from just being the scapegoat to the hero when all is said and done. Alpine ended up okay in that game, but as we mentioned, it has been very much up and down for them, up and down for a lot of teams. We are just about halfway through here with the grid tonight. More action is coming your way as we'll have round 3 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, somebody clip this. Can we get a clip? Can we get a clip? I got
Oh my goodness, what a save! But sliding it right on in, are you kidding me, Rodoko?
Oh my God! Unbelievable! The defense crumbles! The tank is empty, and we are going to overtime!
Welcome back to the grid. North American grid number 2 stacks alongside Due to the Nose. And Nose Dude, I think I've gained one bit of valuable insight from that little video that we just ran coming out of break there. And that is quite simply that the best clips are the ones that you can't understand, like the Team Lackwed ones.
Yeah, there is. Whenever the best plays happen, you just lose all manner of speaking. It is so hard to function when your mind is just blown and you're just losing your marbles.
Yeah, we've had a lot of clips on our end as well. Let's check in on Continuum.
Looking for a pass a little bit too far for Aeon, who has to try to put it back in. Spider on target, but he hits the goal line. Good Lord, I'm not sure that Allie would have had that save before it went in the net, but the clock is our savior here, Squid.
Yeah, you say that, but again, you got to give credit to AJ. He knew what exactly.
Woof. Doesn't matter if it lands on the goal line, you bang it off the crossbar, or you miss by 7 car lengths. No goal. No goal. The call on the field is confirmed, and Continuum just has absolute heartbreak. That's what happens sometimes. You know, you've got so many games going on all at once. Eventually, you're going to have a game like that. It doesn't happen nearly enough in the RLCS. I need more of that. And I need it to happen to, like, NRG or G2, because, like, when those fans are upset over something like that, like, it just feels better, you know?
Yeah, you know, I get that. You like to see the Titans fall, and unfortunately, it happens to Continuum here. Like Envy, yeah, Jamal Jabari picking up that win over Envy. Again, that is so unexpected. It's insane to me.
You know, I went over just during the break. I went over to the Jamal Jabari stream. They are underway against Rogue this round, and things are not going well. And all I got out of it was 2 things. First, they're like, Deli and Stacks 1v1, and somebody wanted to cast it. Like, look, let me tell you something. There are a lot of people that want to see two people play a 1v1. Nobody wants to see me 1v1 anybody. I don't want to see me 1v1 anybody. I don't want to see me 3v3 anybody. So let's just get that out of the way right now. Second of all, they're like, show us on the mainstream more. Like, hey, I don't have any control of that. And y'all don't want your team shown doing this. They are getting housed right now by First and Friends, Team Rogue, doing A-OK in game 1.
Yeah, up 3-0 so quickly in game 1, and this V1 Space Station match, it's tied 1-1 apiece in just about 2 minutes into it.
I do like just kind of hopping around from stream to stream, though. Like, yeah, you know, you have this little central show here, and obviously I can't go hang around in chats during the matches. Kind of have this to do, and you know, I gotta sit here and talk to you for however long until you get sick of me. But yeah, you know, in between rounds, like to just kind of go over and spread the love. Check out what Gigabyte and Deli are doing over there on the Jamal Jabari stream. Check in with Lawler and Supersonic over on the V1 stream, and you know, more people should go and check out these streams. I mean, I had to like scroll down a little bit to find some of these streams. I don't just have them all already instantly bookmarked or anything like that. So, you know, get some love going. Just, you know, put 5, 6, 7 different tabs open. Let's get these guys up near the top. They're putting in a lot of great work, especially with these custom overlays I've been a huge fan of since the first grid. Not much in the way of custom stuff on the screen right now. You got Envy, or not Envy. You got NRG, and you've got this is the version 1 stream. Okay, they got the boost.
Like
they're you know, they're kind of peddling their merch there at the bottom, like, hey, this is how a V1 hat looks as we get scored on by Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, getting scored on by Arsenal, it happens.
They get scored on in style, though. That's what's important.
That's exactly. And oh my goodness, the peeps, wake up! What's going on here? Justin passed one, going for the air, and he gets the dunk.
Yeah, they're playing against Justin. That's what's happening. Justin on a laptop is still a top 5 player in North America, probably at least top 10 in the world, and you could certainly make a strong case for top 5.
You know, I don't really want to share this story because it's a little embarrassing, but when I was at Season 4 Worlds, Justin was there playing on a keyboard, and we were 1v1ing, and I was losing on a controller. The guy is just a natural at this game. No matter what awful setup he's on, he's able to outperform any of his opponents. It is unbelievable. And again, he's doing it. And I mean, ordinarily you wouldn't expect that to go in, but the peeps they're a little bit shaken up right now, it seems.
Justin on a Guitar Hero controller could get a hat trick in the RLCS. I'm convinced.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it at this point. Again, for those of us who weren't here earlier, Justin's playing on a laptop. He's not playing on his home setup where, you know, he's used to everything. I think he's sitting on like a metal folding chair right now as well. It's insane.
Yeah, there are just some people that the game just comes naturally. What do we have? We have notes here on the Jamal Jabari. Oh, the script. Well, it's not so confidential now, is it?
Wow, it seems like they had the win against Envy the whole time. This is interesting. That wasn't shared with me.
The late revision.
I mean, changes have to be made to
I mean, I can do that too. You know what? Let me just let me pull away here for a moment. Let me just get my whiteboard out, and yeah, I'll have a whole bunch of predictions as we go on throughout the night. Version 1 and Space Station, you know, as we try to get someone back on track here. They're at least threatening to go into overtime, but we know how that goes. So let's listen in as V1 attempts to go to overtime with Space Station, and Arsenal breaks their hearts.
Just slowing it down. People taking their time. It's going to be a pinch.
Oh, no.
Is it actually in? Oh, my gosh. Almost a save from Common. Space Station, in a series of circumstances, is going to get game number 1.
What is this? What a... I don't know. I don't know where to go with that.
You're 2 for 2. Why?
Well, almost. I mean, Arsenal was
pretty
there.
much made that happen.
Yeah.
He for some reason, just cut in front of the ball and hit it onto Sipical's hood, and it just bounced in because nobody would expect something like that to even happen. That I don't understand how you Stacks. Do you actually have the script?
My favorite part of these grid broadcasts is when we cut to the stream of the team that ultimately loses, and like you see Lawler and Supersonic come back on the screen, and they have no idea how what just happened, and I get to sit here and go like, dude, I told you it was gonna happen. Like, imagine not just knowing everything before it happens. Like
I couldn't imagine being like one of these other commentators that just don't automatically know the outcome of these series. Like, it's so easy to predict.
Yeah. This is so like I take it easy. Like when we were on CRL, like I let FDOT win in the prediction standings, but you know, come wild card and national championship, like, you know, the king is coming for the crown.
Ooh, Charlotte Phoenix up 4-2. They do just get scored on, but that is a pretty good scoreline to start out with if you're Charlotte Phoenix.
Another pretty good scoreline, 2-2 between Ghost Gaming and Alpine as that game almost ended. Let's have a listen in here as this game goes into hopefully a lengthy overtime.
Right now, Ghost. We've seen that they've played a bit passively today when they're on their hind legs. Right now, excellent challenges coming out from Lion Blaze, being two of Alpine's players, and that ball perfectly horizontal. Percy looking for a ceiling pass, but the challenge from Mektos throws him off. Jordan still almost finds a shot, saved by Freshness on the line.
Oh man, the defense holding strong for Ghost Gaming. I'm loving the play from Lion Blaze as they're really standing on his shoulders right now. He's leading his team, gets us here to OT, and just watch as he is so good, so collected when he makes touches. I love that we've got Lion Blaze and Magic Bear. Anytime you got two just gods of ones on the field, Simpson, it is always enjoyable.
So good to watch here. We are a minute into this overtime now. Jordan trying to redirect this up against the back wall. That's where they found both of their goals this game so far, but Freshness there, waiting, lurking, taking that touch slow. Ghost looking so good when they have control of the play. Trying to find Mektos, Lion Blaze was. Jordan intercepting it to Percy. Percy sends it wide. A great clear from Lion Blaze relieves that pressure. Would have been a dangerous opportunity there. Mektos passing it down, but a good read from Magic there. They're coming out towards Percy. Both of these teams using their possession wisely. Last, no one able to find that dagger to end the game.
Yeah, and you know that OT, always tense, even here in game one. Both teams starting to play even better than they were, but now we see pressure from Ghost Gaming. Percy steps up, makes the stop, but Freshness will regain control as Ghost Gaming tries to gain the final goal in this game. Simpson, what a start so far to this series.
Talk about never being out of position. Magic Bear fell onto that save and it allowed Percy to get back, save the follow-up shot. And just then we saw Mektos and Lion Blaze, zero boost, still connecting with each other at midfield to keep this pressure up. And now, look at Lion Blaze. Refilled in the tank and he's carrying it across the map. Mektos can't beat Percy to that ball. Does mean Lion Blaze is alone for a bit in his own corner. But another big clear out, cut off in midfield by Magic Bear. Mektos is so quick. I'm loving this midfield play from Ghost and that touch. It's so dangerous, but no one expected the pass from Lion Blaze. But it doesn't matter. No one expected it on Ghost at first, but Alpine didn't expect it either. That ball floated in front of the net for a little bit there. Magic Bear not able to stop it, allows Mektos to turn around and send it in. We take.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't see it, but on a whiteboard, I did put down Ghost 3-2 Alpine. That was Simpson and Samael on the call for Ghost. Yeah, you know what? Let me try. I don't know. The lighting around here is a little messed up. Like, you see Ghost. Yep,
Ghost. 3-2.
3-2. And
Alpine.
There you
wow.
go.
Very cool, Stacks.
Yeah. Unlike the Jamal Jabari boys, I didn't have to erase anything. I didn't have to cross anything out. Man, am I glad Ghost scored. Otherwise, I was going to look a big dummy, as if I don't already.
You might have predicted the outcome, but did you expect the winning goal to be something like that? That was such an awkward exchange on the goal line for Alpine. It seems like one of them was on one corner boost. I believe Percy just dipped and went to the opposite corner boost, and I think either Magic Bear or Jordan, they were left trying to challenge the ball and nobody was behind them. It was such a weird exchange to see, and it's tough seeing a team like Alpine who have very high peaks. What the heck is that, Squishy? What a shot from them right there.
You know, just another NRG goal. Like, okay, sure.
What?
Yeah, I guess he just scores that. I mean, Justin hit him with a perfect pass. Sure. And, okay,
Chicago now?
Okay.
What is going on right now?
Look, they're not watching each other's games, but they are trying to one-up each other. This is fun.
Mechanical overload right now as another air dribble comes through from AJ, but he is bumped off of it. Man, this is insane. I think... Oh my goodness. There's just so much talent on all these games at all times. I mean, the V1 series, Gimmick, Sipical, and Arsenal, probably some of the fastest players in North America. I mean, the NRG Peeps matchup, Peeps is almost entirely mechanics. A couple of demos coming out, stopping that offense in its tracks. And ooh, this G2 Knights game as well. It is tied 2-2, just around 40 seconds left. Is G2 stuck on defense, but demo lets them out of their own zone, so they grab some boost and get a chance to breathe.
It's always fun watching, you know, like the big X teams, however many it is, whether it's the big 3 or the big 4, and then when they finally lose in a regional, because again, only one team can win one of these things. Eventually it's somebody needs to be kicked. Somebody's the problem. Like, nobody can ever just appreciate that a team is really good and they might lose to another really good team. Almost losing to a really good team is the Knights, as G2 almost took the lead at the end, and one last save from Sosa. Shades of the regional. Why don't we go listen in as that game goes to OT?
One of those key factors in their third manning being a little bit problematic for G2. You know, he was playing that backline role, and there was some questionable decision making before. So moving up to offense honestly seems like the best idea for G2, because he can get up there, get some demos, and get some plays started up. And I think this is why we've seen a bit of that turnaround here for G2 against the Knights. I'm not yet concerned, though. I think the Knights still can take the series, but it's definitely going to be a little bit more problematic with that change that G2's made.
I'm not saying G2 take a lot of risks either. It seems, there was a shot down mid that I thought was going to get blocked, so G2 will now be up in overtime. So now that'll tie up the series 1-1. But I even saw like the ball.
So G2 takes that game, and all right, all seems to be a little bit normal in the universe. Where are we headed next, Nose Dude?
I mean, this Jamal Jabari team, they're holding on. It's 1-1 apiece, and Rogue currently in the lead, but there's still so much of the game left. So, oh my goodness, Krazik's tying up that game.
Well, here we go. We got overtime between E United and Continuum, and this looks like the E United stream. So let's listen in to Sleegy and Hunted.
Didn't quite get a chance to see how it ended, but hopefully more of the same here in Game 2 and able to put themselves up on series point. But it has, again, it's just been no sustained pressure from either side in this game so far. Oh, pass. Ajax a little bit too far out to be able to manage it, but I like the idea coming over from One to Mike.
It almost looked like One to Mike found the angle on the shot. But it does stay out. That one just slides off the crossbar. Aeon now going to play it down in front. Tristan on the clear. One to Mike can't find the bump. It's an own goal. Spider will get credit. And unfortunately now we're tied at 1.
That is that is unfortunate. Ajax didn't see it coming. I don't think One to Mike did either.
I think a lot of people, Nose Dude, are kind of wondering, not necessarily who is Continuum. Like, okay, we know Aeon and Astro. Who is Spider? He gets the benefit of an own goal there from E United, and Continuum is, well, off to a good start against E United. They've tied up that series.
Yeah, and I mean, throughout this whole broadcast, I've kind of been talking about how One to Mike absolutely playing out of his mind, and then Spider just puts it, not even a shot on net, he just throws it forward, and one of my trying to flip back ends up own goaling, so that's quite unfortunate for them. And now Envy, ooh, up 5-2 against Sonics. That is a very strong looking Envy, despite dropping to Jamal Jabari just previously.
By the way, I should point out, Jamal Jabari, we mentioned it a little bit during the first grid, but never really went too in depth. Jamal Jabari is your Liquipedia unofficial world champion. And they were promoting that quite proudly during their break. They had unofficial world champion on their break plate just above the JJ logo, because they beat Envy. Envy had the title, not anymore. So now they gotta hope that they can get a chance at it. If let's see, if Rogue can beat Jamal Jabari, then Envy can take back the title when Envy plays Rogue later.
I'm sure that is at the forefront of their mind right now.
It should be. It absolutely should be. They're just playing proceeding right now.
Oh gosh. I mean, until this grid, I didn't even know that title was a thing. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, that's because you never held it. But that's fine.
Oh, I see. Thank you for explaining that ever so delicately to me, Stacks. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. That's why I'm here. You know, as a professional RLCS analyst, I'm here to analyze and provide facts.
Now Envy taking it 5-3 over Sonics to secure
Smooth
game
transition.
2. Yeah, thank you. I was just gonna ignore that. Hope we all forget about it. Oh, I just realized Charlotte Phoenix up 2-0 against KCP. Oh my goodness.
How the mighty have fallen, right? Remember when we were in the fall looking at the Kansas City Pioneers go from a team that wasn't on anybody's radar to, oh dear God, please don't let us get paired up against the Pioneers. And now all of a sudden it's just they're another team.
I mean, you spoke a little bit earlier about, you know, are some of these newer teams, are they going to be like KCP, or are they just going to be a flash in the pan? It might be the case that KCP was just a flash in the pan. Who knows? And ooh, Jamal Jabari still making it so close against Rogue. My goodness.
Yeah, they're locked in a battle with Rogue. That series tied at 1. So the the Jamal Jabari guys, they asked me, hey Stacks, get us on the mainstream some more. And then they got housed in game 1 by Rogue.
Oh.
Now they're about to fall behind. I don't know if they still want to be on the mainstream, but hey, give the people what they want.
Shooting, and honestly, you can't knock LJ for not taking that patiently. They are the last player with any real opportunity to get involved in that play, so they just want to make what they can stall happen. They tried to stall the Rogue goal there, but even if they make that save, still a loose ball would have been tough to break out. But with 20 seconds, here we go. Let's see if they can make something happen now. Toasty leaves it for Krazix. Krazix carrying it across the field. Toasty looking for LJ in the air. They're continuing to move forward off the ceiling. In the final 10 seconds. Put that in! Put that ball in! And they just don't have the shot. They take it way too patiently, but the ball's not on the ground yet. LJ!
No way! What?
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
LJ. This was the storybook ending that I hoped for when I saw this, and I didn't think it would really happen. I'm sure you thought something along the same lines. LJ with a 0-second goal that you put on your career highlight reel.
LJ, you madman. What are you doing? We have overtime here in Game 3. Whoever wins this will go to a match point. Already pressuring is Jamal Jabari, playing that 3-man offense that they like to play. Toasty on his way back here to collect this one. Can't get the touch, but LJ has it in the backfield. Turinturo trying to put it past them all. First killer, trying to get it past Toasty. Can't do it. Toasty still there in time to make a play on this ball. Into the corner, he'll follow it himself. But Turinturo is there. Rogue, they want revenge for that one, but Jamal Jabari, they've held out on defense pretty well so far. This game and this entire series, except for game 1, obviously, when they still had the nerves from that win versus Envy. LJ pushing this through. Yeah, ooh, nice fake on a Turinturo there. This is going to give Jamal Jabari an opportunity. Turinturo drops it down. Krazix onto the backboard. Toroko tries to put it past him. Oh, he does successfully,
Oh,
but
good
LJ
demo.
says, nah, man, I got this one. Completely diffuses the pressure, flicks it over, first killer. LJ might have an opportunity, gets
Oh,
another
my
bump.
goodness.
Krasix to center, but Toroko is there in time. First killer's upfield. Cherry pick. Toasty with the clutch save to break that one up. And now back upfield with the clutch shot off the backboard. LJ, one more. Bang! There it is!
Oh my goodness! What a
LJ!
What a finish! Just what a finish! Can I put it any other way other than what a spectacular finish? This Jamal Jabari team just won't die.
Totally neutral over here. Absolutely, purely neutral. No rooting interest whatsoever, other than if your team has fans, I'm against you. It's fine. I also just like the idea of thinking about what Spaceman is doing as Rogue gets scored on there, not just in overtime, but also at 0 as Jamal Jabari forces OT.
Yeah, LJ forcing overtime with an insane shot, and then, oh my, it is just insane. What a fantastic performance. And they grab the lead over Rogue just after beating Envy. They're having the night of their lives right now.
Well, that series was effectively a best of 3, and now it is match point for Jamal Jabari. Wait, now, you sound so why are you so disappointed at Jamal Jabari winning, Nose Dude? Unbelievable.
You know, I like stability in the scene.
Oh, okay.
That's all it is.
Yeah. Former NRG player over here. Doesn't like when the favorites lose. I get it. Of
course.
It's okay. Boy, what a night, huh? I mean, so many bizarre results. Granted, that one is not in the books by any means. You know, Jamal Jabari still has a game that they have to win. More pain to inflict upon Spaceman. But, boy, they're having quite the night. They knock off Envy, and they are now 4.5 minutes away, especially they can get one early here, from taking down Rogue. But they're going to have a fight on their hands because of guys like Toroko.
Yeah, Toroko's been such a fantastic pickup, and I mean, this is just ridiculous placement. Crossbar and down with so much pace on that shot. That is an incredible shot. 30 seconds in, grabbing the lead against a Jamal Jabari that's on match point. That is so crucial to staying alive.
Of course, we have our eyes on so many other matches, even ones that are not on your screen. But of course, you can see that G2 looking to get a little bit of revenge on the Pittsburgh Knights. What a crazy series that the Knights had. Was it, you know, the last second save from ZPS in their big series on Sunday. Rodoko bringing them right back within 1. This is a team that just does not go away.
Again, ZPS integral to that goal. He has been having such a great night, and he's been so instrumental in so many of these goals.
NRG has indeed swept the Peeps. That's fine. You know, the Peeps are just, you know, putting them right where they want them. That's all.
Oh, that's
you know,
what it is.
They're only playing for seeding today, right? And you know, they just what they want to do, I think, because they saw what the Knights did and all the top teams they had to beat all throughout the past weekend, and they're just going, you know what? Now that we have our contract stuff all sorted and we're all like finally officially free agents and all that, we want to show up the Pittsburgh Knights. We want to go on a big run of our own. So they're going to go in as like a low seed to this playoff, because I think are they 0-3 or no, they beat Continuum, right? So they'll go 1-2, and you know, just be like, all right, we'll just beat all the big dogs on our way to winning the second North American grid.
Yeah, maybe they're a little inspired by NRG's lower bracket run, so they decide to boost NRG. We'll see how that works out. I don't know if I have quite as much faith as you,
I think it's masterful. I think it's a masterful strategy on the part of Moopy. He's really coaching the boys up really well.
I'm sure. Rough touch by Chicago there, just hitting it off the sidewall, and then he gets demoed, so he can't even try and make up for the touch, and Rodoko just slots it into the back of the net. So well done by the Knights. Great scene play there. Ooh, V1 match coming down to the wire now.
It is, as they are not going to go to overtime. Space Station does secure the dub over V1. We were looking like, oh, okay, so V1 somehow goes the length of the field. How can we rig this so that Arsenal scores right as we go to them? But it doesn't matter. And then we come back and we see Rodoko put the Knights back on top of G2 in a game they have to win to prolong that series. They always find a way. I mean, when I saw this roster, like, I was intrigued, but I wasn't like super excited or like, whoa, these guys are going to be nuts. I'm a fan of them. And now, like, you know, I want their jerseys. This is great.
Yeah, they are absolutely turning heads. And I mean, speaking of turning heads, I just cannot say it enough. Jamal Jabari tying it up when they're on match point. There's about a minute 15 left. First killer. Oh, he tries to find the far post and catch LJ cheating, but he stays disciplined, keeps it as a tied game. And I feel like this is going to enter overtime. It's how it has to go. The script, I think it says so.
You know, I didn't catch a good enough glimpse of their script. And yes, right as you say, this has to go to overtime. Never mind. That's the difference between you and me, Nose Dude. I make this look good, and I'm right when I say something.
Yeah.
So you just gotta, you got a lot to learn. That's all. Sathu might have led you astray a little bit.
I'll just stick to reacting instead of predicting. What do I know?
There you go. You know, eventually, when I pass on everything Gibbs taught me,
God,
you will be a top tier predictor. I believe in you. Just not right now.
Man, everything Gibbs taught you, that's
Holmes worth of information. Holmes worth. Encyclopedic knowledge.
ZPS? Oh, he almost got another fantastic touch. I thought the teammate was going to be there to follow up, but I mean, I've been harping on it. ZPS having the night of his life. He's playing so well right now. Goal coming out for Kong, as you see on the V1 stream in the bottom left. Rough clear and a bit of a double commit. I don't think anyone on Space Station predicted that, and I believe there was some bumping on the goal line happening. Some shenanigans from V1.
Shenanigans? Can't have shenanigans on our stream.
Absolutely not.
We need just pure, wholesome, no bump, no demo goals.
The way Rocket League was meant to be played.
Yes, the way Rocket League was meant to be played. If they wanted bumps and demos to be the norm when they made this game, they wouldn't have put them in the game, now that I think about it. No, see, that just doesn't make any sense. ZPS has the Pittsburgh Knights well in the driver's seat in Game 4. That's going to Game 5. Rogue beats Jamal Jabari. That's going to Game 5. Just another round of the grid here in North America. Nobody's good. Nobody knows who's better than who, and it's fine. It means every match is fun.
Yeah, I mean, you know, back when EU had all these teams competing for the top, they called it EU depth. I'll refrain from slandering some of the top teams for falling to their weaker opponents. I'll just say it's NA depth.
You know, every region says they have depth, and for some regions, that just means how far below other regions they are. I think in North America, there is plenty of it, and that's fine. I love having this level of parity. I make no illusions of having any idea who's better than who between North America and Europe. I think Europe has the better teams, or at least has the best team at the top. I know. Traitor. Stacks. You know, Cole and Stumpy right now, you know, they're not awake right now. Who am I kidding? But they're going to hear about this. They go, good on you, Stacks. Attaboy. But no, I just, when I watch that team play, man, I don't know how anybody's going to beat them. But then I remember, as I said a little bit earlier tonight, World Championship's still several months away. Like, what's happening now? Sure, it helps, but it's no indication of who is going to be good at the end. So you look at these teams here in the grid, and it's like, yeah, everybody can beat everybody. That's why we love this game.
It could very well just be the case that the teams on top right now, they might not even matter they might not even be in the
What a
conversation by the time the World Championship comes around. So it's all about maintaining dominance and having stable growth throughout the split and throughout the seasons. And now,
I thought I told everybody, no demos, no demo goals, and Turner out here just obliterating the last goalie. What's the matter? You can't score with a defender in the net? Sheesh.
yeah,
All these guys
it is
professionals.
well-known fact that getting demolitions is just poor sportsmanship. It's cheating.
Yeah.
So, you know, we'll see,
Without demos, they'd all be bronze.
I'm sure that's true. Man, a couple of really close series. Jamal Jabari, again. I've been saying it over and over, but they've been surprising me. You know, if you see them beat Envy and you think, oh, they're just having a good day. They got a couple of lucky goals. I mean, seeing them do it twice in a row, you got to think it's a little more than luck at this point. They've taken Rogue. It's a game 5, and sure, they're down by 1 right now, but they could easily swing that the other way.
Yeah, whenever you see, it doesn't matter if it's luck or not. When you see people make that argument, it's amusing because then you wonder, okay, so when does it go from being luck to skill? That ain't luck. LJ ties the game. Like, that's just perfectly placed.
Oh my.
That's also not a great clear. I mean, that's probably a really good pass from Rogue's defense right out to him. Pittsburgh Knights are up 2 goals now on G2. Alpine is trying to put away Ghost. But Ghost not going away just yet. So they didn't score there. That's going to hurt their chances significantly as Alpine looking to force game 5. And that goal for Magic Bear will just about secure it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I trust Alpine to secure game 5 here. And we've also got Continuum and United going into game 5. United previously just in a game 5 against NRG. So there is just a lot of weird. Oh my goodness, how did that not go in?
Well, the technical answer actually is because it just didn't go across the line. Yeah, I'm just trying to do my best Stumpy impression there.
That was a pretty good
give you
one.
the cold hard facts.
Yeah, anyway, this United Continuum game, it's so close, and I wouldn't have expected it. United looking so strong against NRG, you figure they could maybe make quicker work of Continuum, but Continuum, one of these kind of dark horse teams we were mentioning, not that I think they'll really go all the way, but just the fact that they'll definitely surprise you. And, oh, first killer. Taking the tie game and putting it in his favor. Good pass from Toroko, just finding first killer, and first killer beating everyone else to that ball.
So First has his friends ahead in game 5. They're almost identical in time as well as they finally get underway with a minute 55 down to a minute 50 in the G2 Knights series. And the Knights have been just in control of this 5th game. Yeah, they have not let G2 have many good looks at all. Just been kind of glancing back and forth. This is their best shot, and it finally goes in with, what do they got? Just around 90 seconds left to tie it.
Yeah, and what a pass from J-Naps, just finding Chicago, and I mean, you can't overstate how good that placement is by Chicago. What an incredible shot. So now, minute 30, it's 2-1 in favor of the Knights. Got about a minute 10 in favor of Rogue against Jamal Jabari. And Continuum, they have the lead against United in their game, 2 minutes on the clock. So a lot of close series here in game 5.
Once again, I would like to remind everybody here at the grid, we are completely neutral. We have no rooting interest whatsoever.
Of course.
We are absolutely not cheering for Rogue to give up a goal to Jamal Jabari and force overtime and then ultimately lead to another LJ goal to win it in overtime of game 5 and put Jamal Jabari to 2-0 in the grid.
Absolutely
We're not cheering for that at all, but boy, it'd be really cool if it happened. It'd be really... Oh! I thought I was going to run onto one there.
Oh, I really hope you didn't just jinx it and Rogue grab another, but it might be the case off this first killer up so quick, but not much of an angle. So it gets
had it all the
cleared
way.
away.
Had it all the way. Oh, that got it almost exactly where he wanted it. What a stop. All right, that's really good defense. I can appreciate good defense even when it comes from Rogue, because it doesn't happen often enough.
Man, I think Rogue secure it at this point. There's no way they get a second 0-second goal, this Jamal Jabari team. But no.
Backflip! No!
Oh gosh, it was so close. I was really hoping I could jinx it by saying there's no way it happens.
Yeah.
But Rogue take it,
I was
game
hoping.
5.
I mean, I wasn't hoping at all. I was just, I was really looking for a good finish to that game. That was a good finish to that game. Rogue are now your unofficial world champion. Sure, Pittsburgh Knights have beaten G2. Yeah, that's not a misprint.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Knights have beaten another top team in North America. And now we got a minute to go here between Continuum and E United. And it's Continuum after we saw E United nearly take down NRG. We're going to lose to Continuum?
Yeah, I'm just going to give up on predicting stuff. I don't know what's happening in this region, man. Is that... Oh, I think it's going to be another. It almost was for Continuum. And now Alpine in the lead in Game 5. All of these matches have been so close.
I believe these are our last 2 matches that are going on here in round 3. And, oh no! Oh, you cannot miss that.
He placed that so perfectly, but it just bounced out and there was no one there to follow up. You could hardly expect it anyway, but still, you keep E United using their boost, trying to get it, and see this is just going to get cleared back in their own end.
Well, that's what makes this so
why
so
would you do
difficult.
such a thing? Why would you do such a thing?
Well, at least he's downfield.
What are you doing?
At least he's downfield, right? Sure, that's what, and that was not even in the play. And then it goes over to, get out of the lobby. Like, nope, I'm not hanging around.
What is going on?
Get me out
there?
of here.
That is ridiculous.
Whoops.
Ridiculous scenes.
It happens to the best of us.
Maybe.
And in Nose Dude's case, it happens to the rest of us.
Maybe we'll see some more sane Rocket League in this Alpine Ghost final minute.
Oh, what a shot.
Pass forward and oh my goodness, to tie it up. They do that, rough touch by Magic Bear, kind of forces the ball forward and he gets punished for it. With the vision to spot that pass and the execution to place it far post on the rear tire of the defender makes it so hard for them to save that. What an insane counterattack.
What I'm wondering is when is okay, they're battling Alpine right now and they could very well win this series. But when are they going to recognize that they need to bring in the actual god Spuda and start really just dominating North America?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the play. Maybe they could try it, see how it goes, but we'll let the I don't think that's gonna happen, Stacks.
All right, well let's listen in as Ghost. Okay, but actually let's wait because who knows, this may not even go to overtime. If we start listening in, probably Ghost will score about 5 goals. It'll just render it a moot point. But this particular series, I think, is going to tell us a lot more than most series knows to, because we've got a lot of these teams that are in this tier with where Ghost would expect themselves to be and where Alpine should be. And these two trying to kind of separate themselves from the pack here.
Yeah, I was hoping for Alpine to put up a bit more of a fight against the Knights, but it seems like their toughest fight is here against, or rather the closest fight is here against Ghost. Game 5, nearly entering OT. This counter might be deadly, but Lion Blaze hits it into the corner. To Mektos. Oh, that is a rough whiff as that's cross. What a save by Lion Blaze. That is so crucial.
I mean, sure, it's a nice save, but like Spuda would have pinched it off the crossbar and into the opposite net.
Yeah,
so.
Spuda might have ungled that. I don't know.
No, he would have put that in the right net. What are you talking about? You don't know Spuda like I do.
I'm sure that's the problem. I haven't studied Spuda enough. And now this...
You gotta do your homework.
Gotta be going into OT now. Surely.
Are they? Okay.
Thank you. Oh my goodness.
All right, so they're gonna go into overtime for about 47 seconds. We'll see you when they're out of it.
The last 15, 20 seconds, however long that may have been, it felt like an hour. Just absolutely petrified. Both teams fighting it out. 2 and beyond 0 seconds, and now we're 15 seconds into overtime. Magic Bear trying to maintain possession after a save on his own net, but Mektos diving in, making it dangerous above his own net. Demos Jordan, but a clear from Percy. Allows time for Magic Bear to respawn. Get a savior medal once again in this game. I'm loving what we're seeing from Ghost in overtime so far, Sam.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're staying at mid, getting in the face of Alpine, cutting these challenges off before Alpine can get anything going. You can feel the tension in the air right now as we wait for what is hopefully a Ghost win. Lion Blaze in the air. He's got boost. He has a chance. But there's Percy. So poised, so patient, waiting on the back wall.
Why has Percy got to be ready for that? Let's go! Freshness! Wait, did Lion Blaze wall dash above their goal? Get some extra speed boost on the dash out? It looked like that in the goal replay there for a second there. But nonetheless, Freshness is the man to talk about there. The Rock.
See, like, I know I said
What?
47, but I meant 101. See?
Wow.
I had it all the way.
Yeah, I
Ghost
didn't
Gaming.
see you. I didn't see you writing that behind the scenes. That's fine.
No, nobody
Oh.
did, because I didn't do it. You didn't see me do a thing I didn't do. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Burden of proof is on the accuser, nose dude. Okay, come on.
I mean, 47 seconds. You guessed verbally.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I meant 47 Canadian seconds. Okay.
Oh, yeah, metric and yeah.
Yeah, there you go. 47
I'm
Canadian
still
seconds equals out to 61 American. I did the math.
Appalled that you were nearly within 10 seconds.
I know,
That
it was pretty
in
close.
itself upsets me. That you were almost 3 for 3 on these 0 info predictions. That is absurd to me. But
yeah, you know what? It's just when you've seen as much Rocket League as I have, nose dude.
Yeah.
You know, again, it's what Gibbs taught me. I'd love to take credit for it all, but I owe it all to Randy Gibbons.
Yeah, I'm sure he's seen a lot of Rocket League from sitting in his own goal line. That man,
He's sitting on his own goal line. Come on, are you telling me that Gibbs? Are you telling me that Gibbs couldn't score a curveball? Come on,
Gibbs. I don't think I've ever seen him score in general.
Fair, neither have I. We've seen NRG score a lot. They have topped their group, and well, the United go second, continuing third. The Peeps do indeed draw one of the low 4 seeds as they go to the bottom of that group. Where I mean, Continuum played out of their minds, and I think on another night probably could have gone 2-1. I mean, they had the Peeps reeling, especially in game 4. The Knights go 3-0 as they once again win a decider against G2 Esports. And now we have just the one round of matches remaining, nose dude. What are we looking at as we look at groups C and D here? Jamal Jabari up against the Sonics. Can they go 2-1? Do you have a shot at topping this group here?
I think this series against Rogue, it proves that Jamal Jabari, they weren't lucky in that first series, you know, regardless of whether luck is even an important thing to talk about. You know, a win's a win. I think with Jamal Jabari looking so strong against Rogue and Envy, I think they absolutely are going to take it to Sonics and win pretty dominantly. If that doesn't happen, I don't know, I'll hang up the headphones, I'll put away the mic and never predict anything again. But
Yeah, we could always
really
bring Safi
do
back in to actually make predictions with some substance.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, another insane matchup. It's gonna be Envy versus Rogue. Just if we're going with the whole transitive property thing, you know, Rogue beating Jamal Jabari beating Envy. You expect Rogue to beat Envy, but that's never how it works. This match is gonna be an absolute coin flip. It's going to be fantastic to watch. Envy versus Rogue, two incredibly talented teams, both proving that they can compete at the top. You know, no stress, no worries, anything like that. They are going to show up.
Well, Jamal Jabari has been the story of this grid tonight, but the Charlotte Phoenix, they have a shot at going 2-1. It's thanks to plays like this from Shadow. We'll be coming back after this short break.
But it'll also kind of keep the momentum, keep in the heads of KCP that since they lost before, it might happen again. And Shadow Again, he was the offensive presence as well for Charlotte against Space Station, and look at that read. A clean double and beats Rapid on the short side post, and a 1-0 lead for Charlotte Phoenix.
Okay, somebody clip this. Can we get a clip? Can we get a clip?
Oh my goodness, what a save!
But sliding it right on in, are you kidding me, Rodoko?
Oh my God! Unbelievable! The defense crumbles! The tank is empty, and we are going to overtime!
Welcome back to the grid. I still love that Team Liquid clip. They are a treat. Those are two guys that have been around, been big fans of Rocket League Esports for a while. Boy Arroyo getting the chance to cast. He casted with him. He is a riot on and off the mic. There's been a lot that's happened tonight that has been an absolute riot, nose dude. We had Magic Bear. We saw Percy go from 0 to hero a little bit earlier with Alpine. So too did Magic Bear off of this clip.
Jordan and Magic Bear being able to pass each other could be the difference, and it's definitely proven itself.
Oh,
Magic Bear is the fake.
The
flip
fake.
resets.
The fake.
Oh my! Hold on a second. Moment of silence for the Ghost game.
For the
Oh, I like that fake. And then, the demolition at the end. So you kind of smoke screen, so maybe you don't appreciate it because you don't see the ball actually go into the net until it's too late. But that was sick.
Yeah, he baits up the pre-jump, going for like the air dribble flip reset, and then uses, I believe it was Mektos' car, and like pinches it off him into the far post of the net. That's ridiculous by Magic Bear. What a fantastic goal.
Well, you know the saying, two's company, three's a crowd, nose dude. I just assumed that was the reason that when I came back, they sent Sathu out because they just couldn't have three of us on the stream. So imagine my disappointment when I hear just a little while ago, oh no, we can totally have three people on the stream, and unfortunately the third person is this guy. Dazerin of the 3-0 NRG.
Dazer in.
That's just not how you say the name. That's not how you say the name.
No, it's phonetic.
Nope. Like I knew this is gonna happen when I got on here. Oh my goodness. But yeah. So if any of you guys don't know, I'm on the NRG stream with James Bot. We got finished watching our matches. We were the first group of the day in Group A. We went 3-0 on the day, and I'm here to kind of talk about it and all the other craziness is going on today.
I feel like I should ask you questions as though you were playing because, I feel like you can provide that perspective, Mister. Like, are you Supersonic Legend yet?
I might as well be there at this point.
Might as well be there. Okay, so what he's saying, guys, is no, he's not. But you guys, Justin's been out of his mind and he's playing on a laptop. Really?
Yeah, right. So that's definitely one of the talks today. He was actually DCing mid-match. That was kind of funny. Justin would stop moving, and we had an overtime situation. I think it was actually in that Game 5 against E United. Justin stops moving. We're all freaking out. Me and Jim's like, what's happening? And then Justin's car starts moving again as they have to 2v1. It was just so wild. But, I mean, they got it done at the end of the day.
So, kind of the big thing that just recently happened was the NA regionals where NRG, they tried to make that lower bracket run. They made it to the grand finals, but fortunately didn't succeed. However, one of the things that we kind of took away is that Squishy wasn't really feeling it that day. He was a little disappointed in his play. You guys on the NRG stream, you're able to get a bit of a closer look at how each individual player's doing. You're focusing all your attention on them. How's NRG kind of looking today from an individual level? How are each of the players kind of performing? Ooh,
so it's good that you bring up Squishy actually, because we did an AMA with him afterwards, and everyone got to ask him a bunch of questions. He talked about when he first joined the team and described it as him being nervous, and now he feels like he's part of the team now, part of the crew. They have so much fun times. We were talking about one of the series, Garrett owned gold after they were dying laughing because he was telling knock jokes, and he's like, hey, Squishy, knock. And he's like, who's there? He's like, Tank. He's like, Tank who? Garrett says, thank you. Or he says you're welcome. He says you're welcome. And then Garrett Ogles right after he does that, and they're just like dying laughing. Meanwhile, me and James are like sweating watching them play against United, going 5 games. So it's just, it's a fun environment. I think everybody, has finally kind of gotten things under control, and the team's doing really well. You could kind of see that with the chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, having such a calm environment like that where you're not really succumbing to the pressure if you're telling knock-knock jokes in the middle of the tournament, it just bodes so well, because one of the big things that limits these teams in tournament play is, like, anybody can hit a double tap in free training. It's about converting it into a tournament match, when stress and anxiety are kind of in the forefront of your mind. And the fact that they're telling knock-knock jokes in the middle of the grid, it bodes so well for them, and just their ability to shrug off any loss and just play to their absolute best and not worry about, if they don't get the optimal touch,
Yeah, and I mean, the team is so fun to watch. I think NRG fans really enjoy coming into that broadcast, because you have me and James who act like complete idiots. Like, I'll be completely honest with that.
There's no acting.
No, there's no acting. I quite literally I was making chicken nuggets like in the middle of one of our series. I was like, I gotta go, James. I'll be right back. But we kind of deliver, we deliver our own product, but at the same time, the players, I mean, they're there for the players at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And, when you see Justin do all these amazing plays and us hyping up the fact, oh my God, he's on a laptop. Justin, he can flip reset off of a Wiimote if he wanted to. It really just shows you kind of like how everybody's just on board, and it's always fun watching NRG win. So the fact that the players feel good makes us who represent them on the broadcast feel good, and it brings in the fans, so everybody's just having a good time.
You mentioned Squishy and how much more comfortable he is. That's got to be a product probably specifically of Garrett G, because like he is just the epitome of emotionless, right? He even said in one of his interviews, like, the team doesn't like overreact to losses. They never get too high, never get too low. And for Squishy joining this team, I think a lot, because I'm going to make a sports reference. I always do. But it feels like joining like the New York Yankees, where, the expectations, you get the weight of the world on your shoulders, and every little mistake you make is going to be heavily scrutinized. And he's fit in perfectly fine.
Yeah, and you talk about Squishy too. Like, this is a guy who was coming in. You watched Cloud9 back when they were on the team.
Yeah,
and everybody called them robots from the way that they were locked in and focused, and and things like that. And now you have Squishy, who kind of has that personality and is able to kind of stay focused. But then you also have Garrett, like you said, kind of just like managing all of that with Justin, who we've talked. Justin slumps every other week. So, but you bring that in, and then you have Sizz on top of it, who is just a character individually, and it just seems like it's a really solid recipe for success overall.
Yeah, it really is just a nice balance of characters on that roster. You have Garrett, who, when I've like subbed for NRG in the past, he's always made sure to emphasize the fact that it really doesn't matter if you make a mistake, if you double commit, just play the game how you want. Otherwise, if you're not doing what you want, if you're not confident in what you're doing, you're already losing the game,
Yeah, that's definitely something that's like been super important. I remember even like Garrett was streaming one time, he was talking about confidence and stuff, and it's something that you really got to kind of find out for yourself. And I think that it could be easy for that team to kind of get lost in that, because these guys are superstars in their own right. The people call Garrett the most consistent player in the world. Squishy is Squishy. Justin is Justin, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like, they're all individual monsters in their own right. But I don't think they let that get in the way of anything. If any, I feel like now what they do is they use that, and they have so much trust in each other as a team. That goal from Com was nutty. I saw that.
That was cute.
That was oh my goodness. But
Com is just inevitable. He is so good. I'm glad he got this opportunity. I know James is a big fan of Com getting this chance on version 1 as well, and I don't think there's anybody out there really that dislikes Com joining V1. I think he's a perfect fit, and he's paying dividends immediately.
I like how you know that from James too. We actually had a talk on the stream about that today. And James is like, man, I really love Calm on this roster. He fits in well. And it does, right? AXB's more defensive. Calm is more offensive, controls the pace of game, and it worked out. Now you have Torment kind of playing that old Torment role versus having two people play the same role. And I think that ultimately this is kind of what V1 needed. So I kind of like what I'm seeing from him as well.
You know, you mentioned AXB. Of course, he had stepped away after getting replaced by Calm. And, you know, I have to be careful now with what I tell these players because, like, when Sathu retired, you know, I said, hey, you know, I hope this really isn't the last of what we see of you in the scene. And, you know, now I come here tonight, he's trying to take my job. I'm like, come on. When I said I wanted to come back, I didn't mean, like, take Dazarin's job, take James's job, like somebody other than me. So, you know, when I tell AXB, hey, I hope you hang around. I hope you make one heck of a coach, AXB. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. Hearing AXB commentate might be the best thing in Rocket League. I don't... For those of you who don't know,
he comes off as a very smart guy. Yes.
He's very. I know AXB. That's a character.
Yeah. he is an insanely funny character, and English is kind of his second language, so it's always kind of funny to hear him kind of mix up a word here and there, and I don't know. It is a blast talking to the guy and listening to him.
It's a sophisticated humor.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, there's we got some one-sided games going here. Like Space Station was battling with the Pioneers, who they won a game today.
No, they haven't. That's what I wanted to talk to you guys about. Like, you guys have been in the control room. What is happening?
I don't know, man. I have no control here. I just react.
Why are you coming to us?
Like, you guys have been watching all the games. Like, I'm watching one perspective here, but I'm looking at the bracket. You know, we're like, okay, guys, we're gonna give you some bracket updates. Envy is losing to Jamal in Game 5. That happened. What? Pittsburgh Knights just went 3-0 in the group. Okay.
Yeah.
These
are all things that happened. By goodness.
I mean, Envy, after coming off the regional win, to drop to Jamal Jabari, it doesn't make sense. This region is ridiculous. Send me to EU.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'm not gonna do that here.
I gotta find out what's happening with this Sonics Jabari series because I don't think they started yet. We just had Mustache getting all the airtime right now.
Yeah,
and you know, I mean,
he's looking pretty good doing it.
Yeah, he's looking fly, sure, but like, can we get some game? How about a little less talk?
You shall receive.
Oh, there we go. See, look at that. I've been in control this entire night. Like I say, Karma's gonna score, she scores. I say Arsenal is gonna break somebody's hearts, and he goes and okay, Sipical ended up getting the goal, but Arsenal basically scored it.
Yeah, if you didn't see that goal, it was such a ridiculous thing to go in, and the fact that it was Arsenal who made it happen, I believe it was like Sipical on a dribble. Arsenal cuts in front of Sipical and bangs the ball off of Sipical, and it just bounces into the net because nobody's expecting that to happen. And Stax ends up being right in his prediction, and it left me with a very sour taste in my mouth because of it.
Yeah. Looking at this, though, I mean...
Another one.
So a lot of people were a little concerned about... you know, the first regional and how that affected things, right? And, you know, the question was, like, whether or not it's going to be, like, a one-off, like, maybe that was just how some teams were playing. But now you're starting to see that consistency, right? Now you're starting to see, okay, Peeps just went 1-2 on the day. I mean, like I said, we played them, and Squishy said it himself on the stream. It felt like Peeps gave up already. First 2 games, they didn't score. Second 2 games, I think one of them was an own goal. Like, it just didn't see... I was eating food while I was watching the match. That's just how simple that was. Yeah. And then you have PK, who's beating G2 in 5 game sets. And you're having teams like Charlotte kind of start to step up. KCP is starting to fall off. And if things don't get under control soon here, like, I don't know, we'll probably see another shift here.
Yeah, I suppose. Whenever there's kind of too much shaken up in the scene, I guess the bigger teams inevitably do snatch up some of the star players coming up, and I suppose that could be the case. I didn't really think of that happening too much. You know, it seems like every team is kind of finding success in their own right, but I mean, if Envy do end up struggling more and more, I mean, I don't think they're going to pick up anyone quite yet. They're still looking fine, but I mean, Rogue has picked up a new player. They've been looking good. Sonic's making a roster change. They look decent. We'll see a little more as soon as they get their series started, but yeah.
They really put your background up there. You gotta be kidding me. One of these things is not like the other. You know, Nose Dude, he's got a little backdrop. You know, I got the RLCS backdrop going. Dazrin out here, just like, yeah, okay. He moves even out of the frame just so we can see the full art. Yeah. Ooh, oh, okay. Nice. What a show off. You gonna show us the stars in your drink there? Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Life is good.
Hey, you know, like we could have you on here like this entire round to play analyst, but I mean, you were basically doing that over in the energy stream. Let's talk about you for a moment, Daz. I mean, you know, what do you got going on here over this winter? You're gonna be pretty busy.
Yeah, you know, I've definitely been like interested in doing a lot of like my own projects right now. I'm thinking of like, you know, there's so much content that's like available in the esports space. I'm thinking about starting some stuff up YouTube wise, but you know, it's kind of been a long time since I ran an event, so I might be doing something.
You got the itch to go again, huh?
I do.
You get a little Covert 2 coming up, or what?
I can't say everything's in the planning right now.
Oh,
that's all I will
it's
say.
Covert, of course.
I will say that, like, you know, something's coming. That's for sure. I'll try my best to make it happen. But
all right.
Yeah, I mean, we're mid-season right now. Like, I don't know. I've loved Rocket League over the course of this season. How much we've gotten in terms of the fall split, how wild the winter split is looking, and just seeing all of that, just seeing how hungry these players are, even in North America right now, just makes me ready to go as well.
Well, and I got to throw the shout out there because, you know, I mean, sure, I'd be, you know, patting myself on the back as well, but my boy Dazzy out here was on ESPN too.
I was. We were.
I
forgot. I mean, that week. Okay, to be fair, that week was busy. We had CRL playoffs.
Oh,
we had ESPN going on. We had regionals. Like it was like back to back to back. I was blessed we didn't have a grid in the middle of that. But,
right? Oh, if we had a grid, it would just been absolute overload. Man, I have slept like a log this week, just trying to get caught up because, I mean, there was not much time for any sleep at all. It's just like you had to be on the go 24/7 that whole week. And we needed this past week or so. Good grief.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to even come up to, like, you know, they're getting that kind of like winter break started soon. This is going to be the last NA grid of the year.
Yep.
Today and tomorrow. So
yeah, we got kind of a little holiday hiatus coming up. There's still a couple more things to go this month. Finally, the Sonics and Jamal Jabari are underway. I'm going to throw out a prediction now. That's going to be the last match that wraps up today.
Oh, great predictions!
Great prediction.
I don't know how you managed to.
Hey, I've been nailing them all night. Why stop now? You watch. We're gonna get some like 4-minute overtime, so this is gonna be a sweep.
Yeah, I hope so. Just to ruin that 100% prediction, right?
Let's see, Rogue and Envy tied up in their series. That's definitely gonna be a banger.
Yeah. That is a match I was looking forward to the whole night. I'm glad I didn't miss it when I was without interwebs for the first round. Glad that they're going here in the last match of the night for these guys. Actually, no, I wouldn't have missed it anyways. They were in the last two groups. So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just stop talking. Nose Dude, bail me out. Be a good co-host.
Yeah, as you know, as Stax was saying, he wasn't here early on. We had Sathy. We got to talk for a little bit. That was nice. And
look at that.
Yeah, you know, the Sath God, he enlightened us. He was dropping some insider knowledge, and he kind of predicted that Charlotte Phoenix might give Space Station a run for their money. You know, they've been kind of one of the thorns on their side, even if Charlotte, they look weak on the surface, but I mean, I've been in scrims with Splice. I imagine it's not too different from Charlotte Phoenix. They're absolute scrim gods. They have insane mechanics, insane game plan. It's just a matter of translating it to tournament wins, and I think they're one of those teams where as soon as they pick up a game and they start feeling confident, they can have the goals just roll in, but as soon as they get scored on, it all comes to a halt.
Well, we've heard that a lot about, back when Kronovi was on G2. I remember I would hear constantly, like, who was I talking to? I was probably talking to Crow's dad at one of the events. And he's like, yeah, G2's doing really well in their scrims. And we knew even then, like, okay, if you're winning scrims, that means you're just going to just get blown out when you get on the main stage. And it has always been true. I didn't have the heart to tell him at the time. But, yeah, that's exactly what happened. G2 didn't have a good lane. I think that was in London, actually. But, you hear that all the time when a team does really well in scrims, and then they're, two in a barbecue if it's a double elimination, or they just bomb out in groups, whatever the case may be. I don't get it. You would think that a team that performs really well in the scrims would be able to carry that over, and it doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a case of just having a play style that doesn't really work in tournaments because, if you get stressed, it's just you're not gonna ever be able to play at that pace in a tournament when there's too much on the line. And sometimes it's just straight up just not being someone or not having learned how to play under pressure, and that I think has been an issue that's kind of plagued a lot of these teams because we're seeing it right now. Everyone at this level, they can take games off these top teams. They can individually kind of compete against the top players. It's just a matter of having a game plan as a team and executing that game plan to the level that you're able to do in scrims and in low stakes matches. It all really just boils down to being able to play under pressure. That anybody, I said it earlier, anybody can hit insane flip reset double taps off the backboard in free training when there's nothing on the line.
I think the exception to that rule is NRG, because we've seen, even in low stakes matches, like, the meme has always been, I think especially with North American teams, when you have these events that have like some invitations and some other means of qualifying, and then they have an open qualifier, like Cloud9 and NRG and all these teams would show up, but most of them wouldn't take it seriously because Cloud9's just like, yeah, we're just going to sign up and get a top seed anyway, so who cares? But NRG was never like that. I think that there was a tendency to shade that way, but there was this guy named Justin who is just competitive as all heck and doesn't let anybody take a game not seriously.
Yeah, I'd say so myself. They're big jokesters, but when they're serious, you can totally tell. I think a big example of that, and I'm kind of throwing it back to earlier this season.
Yeah,
was it was a fall regional playoffs match against Frontline. Frontline had went up in the series, and you could tell after Justin got a triple fake on Forbidden Temple, like, okay, he's starting to try now.
Yeah, playtime's over.
Yeah, that's definitely something that's been duly noted from NRG. But like, I think this brings up another thing that I kind of want to ask you guys about, because we talked about scrims and scrim results, but we're starting to see scrims now being streamed, and that we used to not have that. So now, like, I think, like, definitely you're starting to see a different side of teams because team players are not as comfortable. Some, not everybody likes to stream scrims. Some probably do, probably don't. There's an adjustment period here, but now you get to really see those results and take note of them and then apply them to the weekend. All in all, it's just so much to kind of take in and filter out from watching your favorite teams scrim and then watching them play in actual game day.
I love it. I come from, kind of like the fans' perspective. I don't know why the heck I'm talking. Nose dude, former player. What do you think? Like, if somebody wanted to scrim or stream splices scrims, stream splices scrims. Say that 5 times fast. But would you have been down for that?
I'd probably be down, but there's validity to the statement of saying that you're opening yourself up to kind of be counter-stratted when you're streaming scrims. But, everybody has access to demos anyway. It's not like streams or scrims were all that private anyway. Mm-hmm. I really don't see all that much in the downside of streaming. I think there's a few benefits. One, it's letting the entirety of the scene kind of get better, seeing how these top level teams scrim, and they can take stuff from that and add it to their own game, and they can see how they should be calming instead of yelling the same thing over and over and over and sounding like fools. I think
They
that's
do
good.
that.
Yeah. And something that may not be as expected but could be a very tangible benefit is when you're on stream, you're a whole lot less likely to troll and act like an idiot in scrims, and I feel like that might actually have an effect.
Yep. I live in, of course, a very rural state. So to bring another sports example, I'll make it quick because we may be going to that Kansas City space station game. But in high school football up here, it's not a rule, but it's just something that's just done. They exchange game tape with, you send tape from your past game or two to the coach you're going to face. But we've seen some basketball teams that won't let their games get streamed because they don't want to get scouted. It's weird to have both ends of that culture in the same state, but we see it up here. There's a benefit one way or another. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's listen in to Johnny Boy's stream as the Pioneers in Space Station are in OT.
One goal for Space Station, or one goal for Space Station rather. One for KCP, removes 171, and it's almost a goal for KCP, and again, and it's off! A rebound off target, saves a whole bunch of channel points, but puts even more in danger.
You got it.
Oh!
No!
Oh my goodness, Smellsworth. What is going on?
1 billion of hours hangs, 1 billion hours of watch time hangs in the balance.
The saves.
Arsenal takes to the air. Oh, Rapid cuts it off early. They know what's at stake. They can tell in their heart of hearts. Oh, Reddles.
Oh! Oh my goodness, Beast Mode. Save KCP again. They really do not want to get swept. I mean, you can't take that away from them. They are fighting for this one. Oh my goodness, typical.
No,
has he done it? He's done it! GG's. Space Station Gaming sweep KCP. Third sweeping loss in a row for KCP in group. And just like that, a whole pile.
The Pioneers ever going to win a game this split? Good lord.
Oh my, he went there.
They go 0-3, 0-3, 0-3. The team that, again, we mentioned it before. They went from a non-factor at the beginning of the fall split. I mean, they're they're former Flight, except now they have Beast Mode. But they were nothing coming into this season. Then they became a force to be reckoned with. Nobody wanted them on their schedule. Nobody wanted to face them in a bracket. And now people are looking at the Pioneers going 0-9 today, and probably NRG's going, can we have the Pioneers, please?
Yeah, they're not looking too strong.
Well, Dad's a little hesitant. Oh, hold on.
Well,
are you worried about the Pioneers?
I think I am, but the reasoning is because of a case that they built up for themselves over the course of time. Kansas City Pioneers was the team that demanded respect in the fall split. They said, stop sleeping on us, stop doubting us, we are here to do. Now they have failed to show up consistently now. And then we're going to go into playoffs and we're going to see how that looks, but this is not a good day for them. And that's very, very evident by the results. And again, you start to worry about how things will be over time, because although you do good in one split, there are 3 splits in this season, and there's only a handful of spots for that world slot for North America. So their spot is very fragile. I believe overall they're sitting at 5th place. And there's doing caster math. I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm doing it. There's
bad idea.
There's 6 spots total, and they are in 5th place behind the Peeps by only 30. Things are starting to change real fast here.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the word fragile earlier. How do you think Spaceman's taking what's happening right now over on the Envy stream? Or the Envy Enrobe stream?
I actually get to watch that now. I need to listen to Spaceman.
Oh, man. So now I'm jealous of you because I don't get to listen to Spaceman. I can imagine that is just comedy gold as they're struggling. This series is definitely going to go to Envy. They're going to close out this series. Are you going to like send them a text after this just to make sure everything's okay?
Yeah, I'll send them one.
Yeah, it's
okay. Good.
I mean, who could have expected this? Envy lose to Jamal Jabari. They show up against Rogue, and then Envy are making quick work of Rogue. I hate this so much. How do you predict anything?
They came into the night. Well, first of all, you get as good as me. They came into the night the unofficial world champion, and they're gonna leave the night unofficial world champion. It's a plot straight out of WCW. It makes absolutely no sense. It's dumb, and it's just where we are right now. And Atomic splashes one for good measure. We got a splash, Dazarin. We still no. We don't have the hype meter, so never mind.
Yeah. No splashes in the chat, unfortunately.
What? 6-0 for Charlotte Phoenix. What is happening? What is going on?
There's this phenomenon. Tell me if this is a true thing, Nose Dude. It feels like it is. When you are down 0-2 in a series, Game 3 is like the best game you're going to play all night. And then you just roll over and play dead in Game 4 and it's whatever. Am I just imagining that to be a thing? Because it feels like it happens a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Match Point is a bit of a different beast, but I don't know if it's a lose 6-0 type of thing, This is ridiculous. Is this a start of a reverse sweep? Any thoughts on that? I think it might be. I think Charlotte Phoenix is one of those teams that are super momentum based.
Oh, definitely.
But, do you think it's happening? I think there's a genuine chance it might. But,
I think that there's a non-zero chance that the Charlotte Phoenix do indeed reverse sweep version 1.
Well, that's a bit of a cop-out. Sounds like a no, but...
It's facts! I've been giving you nothing but facts all night.
I want hot takes, I don't want facts.
You want hot takes? Alright, well, we got Dazarin right in the middle. He can give you plenty.
What? Me? No, you give hot takes, okay? Don't put that on me. Follow Stacks RL on Twitter for hot takes, because that's all he does. I was listening to Spaceman. I'm sorry, that was like... he's going through it right now.
Was it more depressing or humorous?
Is there a both option?
I believe the answer is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
That man is a treasure. That man is a treasure. I know, like, not having the studio show for Rival Series back in season 9 was really kind of a bummer. But since then, he has just been awesome. Oh man, we came so close. By the way, we almost got to listen to him. I'm sad that we didn't get any like really good Rogue overtimes for the Rogue stream.
Unfortunate, but these things happen. We listened to plenty of Spaceman Week 1. We gotta give him a rest. No, not again.
That was just so great.
That was ridiculous. I cannot believe he did that, but he did. And now, so Charlotte Phoenix, they won last game 6-0. Is the reverse sweep happening?
Ooh.
It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it.
No.
What is that?
I don't think it is.
Man, you do this every time, Nose Dude.
No, it's them. It's not me. Just hit the ball, please.
When I say it's going to be a reverse sweep, it'll be a reverse sweep. When Nose Dude goes, this might be a reverse sweep, version 1's going to go win this game 4-0.
Man, I just want Charlotte Phoenix to win. It's all I want. They did grab KCP, but...
I still vividly remember, and I know Karma does, the promotion tournament, right? Like, that shot. Like, I'm sure that's still hot, sir. I felt absolutely miserable watching that shot not go in. And, like, they came that close. Now, sure, they're still in the RLCS, technically. Them and, like, 40 other teams. But, man... They have not been the same since then.
Yeah, it's been tough. but Auraz tying it up. Oh boy. Oh, Karma too quick on the wall, and Auraz, I mean, it could not be easier, and he almost missed.
Dang, Stacks. It looks like Stacks might be wrong here. Sonic's match might end before,
I know, right?
Oh, no way. I forgot all about that. Oh, that's
Not
insane.
Uh-oh. Is that
Charlotte,
a fake
please.
flip reset? I don't think he hit that again.
Charlotte, please.
I'm looking over at Torment. I don't think he hits this a second. Or, oh, never mind. No, he didn't hit it again.
yeah, he didn't hit it. And that's what threw up the defense.
Yep.
Just hit the ball forehead.
I'm glad that happens in the pros, too. Man, when I play ranked, that happens all the time. I'm just screaming at my opponents like, hit the ball!
I think that's got to be probably one of like the most like tilting things. It's to like it's for every skill level. Like you expect someone to hit the ball, and when they don't hit the ball, you're like, what? Especially when you get scored on from it.
It happens
Like,
so
yeah,
much in ones.
Yeah.
You're
Sorry, I thought
expecting-
my opponent was good.
Yeah, you're expecting your opponent to go up for like a flip reset off the ceiling, and they just completely miss, and it bounces onto you so lightly, and it's like, what am I supposed to do about that? I read what you were gonna do. You tried to do what I was reading, and you just messed up and got rewarded for it. So it's so frustrating when that happens, and Charlotte Phoenix has got to been feeling a little bit of that as Shadow. My goodness, what a shot into the top shelf.
Man, that series is going to end before... My goodness.
Yeah.
Come on, Jamal Jabari, let's go.
Can I say how happy I am to say Jamal Jabari?
I'm done being unbiased, like I ever was.
Yeah.
Let's go, JJ. Welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X, The Grid North America Homer Hour. Let's go, Jamal Jabari.
Oh God, Jamal Jabari fan club.
They ain't no peeps.
Forgot all.
Analyst do with the nose. What are your thoughts?
Dude, I predicted Jamal Jabari to like sweep here.
Well, you got the sweep right.
Not get swept. This is infuriating. How do people do this? How do you predict stuff? Teach me, Stacks, please. I'm begging
Asking
you.
Stacks to teach you.
He was bragging about it all day now. I can't handle it.
You know what? Why give away for free what you can get somebody to pay you for? So, no.
Fair enough. LJ got dunked by his teammate there. Unfortunate. Ooh, Charlotte Phoenix taking the lead. That's what I'm talking about,
here
baby.
we go. Here we
Wait,
go.
What was that?
Oh,
yeah, nice
What
pass.
is that?
Sure, that's an assist.
Yeah, just how they practice in scrims. That's ridiculous.
You know what? I think the Sonics iced Jamal Jabari there. I think the amount of time they spent getting that series started, I think that really threw off JJ. Really ruined their momentum.
Yeah, that's what it was. Stacks.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do that tomorrow in the playoffs. Yeah.
Minute left. Charlotte Phoenix just need to hold on. I want this reverse sweep to happen. I predicted it. Please prove me right.
All right, let's listen in to the Charlotte Phoenix and version 1 as calm. Every time we go to a listen in, this happens.
Luckily here is CLT, but unlucky, he gets bumped out of the way and it's 3-3.
Gimmick recognized exactly what it's going to take to beat a player like Alres, and that's take him out of the play. If he can't get there, there's no save. So, again, it's high ball game version 1, adjusting it. Now it's Charlotte Phoenix turn to try to turn it around again. Shadow with plenty of space. You don't want to do that if you're version 1. We know how deadly Shadow has been as well, as he tries to keep it to the corner so Karma can step up on this one. The clears off the ceiling, and Shadow trying to pinch it back in, knowing Gimmick's relatively low on boost, but Karma had a chance, gonna go high with this one, but a good read from Calm. The shot was available, and I think she was just trying to throw the defense off, which isn't a bad idea, but the shot might have worked. We tick down, 3 seconds left on the clock. Alvarez gonna play past one. Gimmick will let it hit the ground wisely, and we have ourselves overtime.
Do or die.
There it is.
It's good. Well, this kickoff could determine a lot.
Yeah, backs against the wall. Karma gets one touch, a shot, but Shadow able to meet that one. And Alres to put it right on Shadow's car again to play it right back to Alres. That's some good back and forth we saw between Alres and Shadow. As we hit 20 seconds in overtime and already a couple of chances. Karma with the 50. Here's Alres. We'll get the next touch. It's off the back wall where Torment, where he has been all series long, is in the right place defensively to get that one too. But now version 1 struggling to figure out who's going to go for it. So Phoenix had a chance. Gimmick setting up Torment. Ooh, this is dangerous place for the Phoenix. Calm gonna come down. Shadow gets a challenge. The 50. Karma to clean it up a bit, but they're still not out. Gimmick with a bump too, and Torment able to come through. And version 1 wins it here, but not from a lack of effort. Alres bumped off it again, and they were targeting him now. Maybe I shouldn't have said it so loudly that Alres needed to be taken out of the play, because they take advantage of it again, and version 1 wins the series.
Well, we were trying to get a Charlotte Phoenix win, and as usual, once we go to a listen in and try to get a win for somebody, doesn't happen. Never. You saw the pain on Nose Dude's face. So the Charlotte Phoenix, are they going to go in as a, I think, a bottom 4 seed again, and they could end up with NRG.
This was their chance.
Oh my goodness.
This was their chance.
Could they end up with NRG? Did anybody go over in that group?
Why? Man, that's so funny. Let's see. NRG's the only team that went 3-0.
Right. But they're going to get a bottom 4 team.
Right. So, okay.
Oh yeah, no, they won't. They won't get the Phoenix. They won't get the Phoenix. Oh,
I think they might get KCP. Actually,
they might get KCP. Oh, good grief! you got 9-2 NRG, and you got the Kansas City Pioneers over there. Like, please not us. Please not us. Please not us. Please not us.
Man.
Oh boy, what a wild night. Let's look at just how all of this went down. The one odd group down there with Jamal Jabari just ruining everything, beating Envy. The only group not to have a team go 3-0.
This was a bizarre night. I don't know. I'm gonna have to get a good sleep and forget this happened. I don't understand. Jamal Jabari coming up huge. Knights taking down G2. I don't get it.
Yes, who does NRG want out of these three? Like, Pioneers, Alpine, Jamal Jabari. Who do they want?
Pioneers, Alpine, probably KCP at this point. KCP has consistently looked like the weaker team out of all of these today. They just haven't been able to get a dub. You might as well get that and get that out the way. But I mean, yeah.
Well, let's see, because we got a bracket that's ready. We can find out. Oh, they get Jamal Jabari. Oh boy! They get the NRG gets the former unofficial world champion. What a brutal draw! And then the winner gets G2, and the Phoenix win. Let's face it, they're gonna get
brutal.
G2. Oh my goodness! Look at the top half of that bracket.
Space Station.
That is insane.
What?
Right?
Oh my goodness.
Rogue and Knights won't even meet until the best of 7 rounds if they are supposed to meet each other.
No way.
This is
grueling. Group B might have been the group of death today, but that top half of the bracket is just nuts.
Okay. I'll try to make this not look as bad as it is.
Okay, good luck. You'd be doing something we can't.
So you have Alpine, who are okay. I'm not even gonna do that. You have Space Station and Rogue. So Space Station and Rogue, that's a toss-up kind of matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have Knights and V1, which is also kind of a toss-up matchup. Maybe the peeps might wake up tomorrow, and that would really shake things up. Maybe Sonics might do the same, right? They beat Jamal Jabari in the last round of the day. Maybe they're confident against V1. Okay, I tried. I did my best.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, last grid in groups, Alpine did take down Space Station, but that's kind of stretching. I don't think it's gonna happen again. I don't know, man. That top half is brutal.
I don't know. When I see Alpine go 0-3 in these groups, I think there's no way that's supposed to happen. But then again, Nothing that happened tonight was supposed to happen other than NRG going 3-0. So, I think Alpine Space Station is still going to be a lot of fun. Space Station, they're still struggling with teams. Alpine, we know how good they can be.
Yeah.
Granted, we also know can be, but potential is just that. It means you don't have anything right now. You're not performing when it matters. So, that is a crazy bracket.
I mean, they're all like this. All these teams are so close to one another. Literally anything can happen. But that top half, it is so stacked. It's ridiculous. I mean, coming into tomorrow.
All right, Dazarin.
What?
Daz, put a percentage on it. Percentage that NRG wins this thing tomorrow night. Ooh. NRG fans, I want to note he's not saying 100%. You can
I'm reading the bracket anyways. Honestly, yeah, 100. I think they're, you know, I'm not okay.
Thinking so.
All right, I'm an NRG fan. No. 100%, yes. There's no way NRG loses. Justin's gonna flip reset over the competition.
There you go. So G2 fans, you heard it here first that Dazarin thinks y'all have no chance. Y'all just a little speed bump on the way to NRG's road to dominance here in the second North American grid.
Yeah, I think so.
See, doubling down on it. I like it.
They lost to PK today. I think so.
Yeah. See, there we go. That's why we bring Daz on here for those hot takes. The hot take specialist, DeMar Dazarin Williams. Daz, thank you for joining us. You can catch him on the NRG stream, and let's be honest, there's a real good chance that you're going to be watching a lot of him and James Bot tomorrow on the grid. We're going to be watching a lot of him as well. Remember the grid, 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Who do you think is going to, 6 o'clock Eastern, by the way. Who do you think is going to win the grid? At us at RL Esports. Use the hashtag the grid. Use the hashtag RLCS at G2 when you tell us how they're going to beat NRG and silence Dazarin.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
And we will see you tomorrow night with the grid playoffs. 16 teams, endless possibilities. 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you then.
The top 16 teams from Europe and North America. 8 weeks of non-stop Rocket League. Catch every match and stay on top of the latest scores and standings all in one place. This is The Grid. Overtime.
Archer just taking his time, a midfield pass play, and they hit Beast mode again, looking for another reset. We'll get a Beast mode! What are you doing?
4 of the top brains in Rocket League will guide you through all the excitement, stories, and upsets.
Yep, the winner sheet's already.
Childhood. I'm going out. I can't talk anymore.
So finally, Ajax will shoot. He scores.
Has the flip. Can he get it? Can he get the double one?
And it'll all be streamed live on the official Rocket League Twitch and YouTube channels. The Grid. Overtime.
Never